Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the inaugural session of the Earth and Environmental Sciences International Conference 2021, hosted by the University of Zululand in South Africa and Chennai University in China. I'm Professor Sipho Siape, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Institutional Support at the University of Zululand. I will be the Program Director for this inaugural session of the conference. The conference is held in cyberspace, the symbolic and figurative space that exists within the scope of the Internet. Conference delegates are presently located in 5 different time zones. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is a galaxy of eminence. This is the future of conferences. You could say the future has arrived early. This conference is a celebration of man's genius and determination to overcome any challenge, man-made or natural. It is a celebration of the future, of doing things differently and more effectively, like conferencing more people more interactively through making use of new technologies. Without much ado, I call on Professor Oliswa Ntose, the President, Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, to officially open the conference. Professor Ntose.
Program Director, Professor Sipho Siape, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Institutional Support, University of Zululand, Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation, Mr. David Mashobo, our inaugural keynote speaker, University of Zululand Council members, conference chairs, Professor Vetru Murugan, Alumni, Department of Hydrology, University of Zululand, and Professor Pio Lee, Vice Dean, School of Water and Environment, Chennai University. Professor Elango, my friend and colleague from Anna University in India. Professor Vuyokazi Nomlomo, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Teaching and Learning, University of Zululand. Professor Nokuthula Bunene, Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Science and Engineering, UniZulu, conference organizers, international participants, deans and fellow academics, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and pleasure to invite you to be part of a continuation of celebrating the University of Zululand's 60th anniversary. Our efforts last year were thwarted by the onset of COVID-19 pandemic. We felt then, as we do now, that there is no better way of reflecting on the path we have traveled since the establishment of the university than through hosting a series of intellectual and scholastic engagements. It is in that spirit that we are pleased that you have graced the Earth and Environmental Sciences International Webinar Conference with your presence. This conference is jointly hosted by the University of Zululand and Chennai University in China. The conference presents an ideal opportunity for researchers, scientists, professors, industry, and mining representatives and students from all around the world to report, share, and discuss scientific questions, achievements, and challenges in the field of earth and environmental science. The conference provides also opportunities to establish and advance productive academic and industry research collaborations. The organizers have secured the presence of eminent personalities in the field. To whet your appetite, you will be pleased with a comprehensive menu of topics. These includes discussions of climate changes, water resource management, remote sensing, geohazards, and so on and on. This assembly, a meeting of scholars from different backgrounds and different countries, is also a testament of our interconnectedness. At the same time, it is a celebration of what scholarship is all about: the research for truth, the search for unraveling of the nature's mysteries, and most important, the search for knowledge to improve our lives. This gathering is a testament of our commitment to the use of science to resolve the problems of common humanity. This assembly is an expression of human spirit at its best. It is the spirit that combines our sense of morality, our obligation to the substance of this planet we call our home, through our various scientific endeavors. Indeed, we must guard against the notion of science for itself. We live in perilous times where our very existence is under threat from the forces of the nature and man-made disasters. We can no longer know better than to take counsel from Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., the African-American civil rights leader's haunting reflections on science and progress. Dr. King, Jr. warned, I quote, "Modern men have brought this whole world to an awe-inspiring threshold of the future. He has reached the new astonishing peaks of scientific success. He has produced machines that think and instruments that peer into the unfathomable ranges of interstellar space. He has built gigantic bridges to span the seas and the gargantuan buildings to kiss the skies. His airplanes and spaceships have dwarfed distance, placed time in chains, and carved highways through the stratosphere. This is a dazzling picture of modern man's scientific and technological progress. Yet, in spite of these spectacular strides in science and technology, and still unlimited ones to come, something basic is missing. There is a sort of poverty of the spirit which stands in glaring contrast to our scientific and technological abundance. The richer we have become materially, the poorer we have become morally and spiritually. We have learned to fly the air like birds and swim the seas like fish, but we have not learned the simple art of living together as brothers." Close quote. This gathering is a testament of our appreciation of Dr. King's Junior Council. It calls on all of us to remove our parochial and nationalistic lenses as we attempt to COVID-19. As George Monbiot, columnist of UK Guardian newspaper, puts it elegantly, COVID-19 is the nature's call to us. For Monbiot, COVID-19 is a wake-up to the complacency that we have set in our modern civilization. He writes, "We have been living in the bubble, a bubble of false comfort and denial. In the rich nations, we have begun to believe we have transcended the material world. The wealth we have accumulated, often at the expense of others, has shielded us from reality, leaving behind screens, passing between capsules, our houses, cars, offices, and shopping malls. We persuaded ourselves that contingency has retreated, that we had reached the point of all civilizations sick, insulation from natural hazards. And we find ourselves naked and outraged as the biology we appear to have banished storms through our lives. The temptation when this pandemic has passed will be to find another bubble. We cannot afford to succumb to it. From now on, we should expose our minds to the painful realities we've denied for too long, close quote. As we deliberate on humanity's challenges, we must cast our eyes into the future, making sure that we are not only able to anticipate future catastrophes, but most importantly, take measures necessary to prevent them. I wish you well as you embark on what is promising to be a fruitful and rewarding scholastic engagement. And I wish you to thank you all. Thank you.
Our inaugural chairperson and our deputy vice chancellor for the University of Zululand, responsible for institutional support at the University of Zululand. Your Excellency, our President and Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, Professor Mtose, from the university, which is my alma mater, members of council, more importantly, the partners from the University of Shanghai, from the People's Republic of China, the fellow panelists that are there, very esteemed panelists that we have brought in. I've seen that in your lineup, we have our CEO for the Water Research Commission that reports to our ministry, Dr. Desigan Naidu. I've seen that is there. We have a professor Professor Elango from India, Biswas from UK, Professor Damas from Taiwan. But I also want to say to all the esteemed participants and guests, the members of the Fourth Estate and the media that are there, the practitioners, the academics, and also those that are involved in business, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies and friends, we are gathered here for the inaugural session of the Earth and Environmental Sciences International Weber Conference 2021, under this platform that Your Excellency, Comrade Chairperson Professor Siepe, we have indicated, is a virtual platform. It has become a new normal due to the global pandemic, that is the severe respiratory acute syndrome coronavirus type 2, that is known as COVID-19. It has caused untold sufferings across the globe. Let me upfront on behalf of His Excellency, our President, President Ramaphosa, and the people of the Republic of South Africa, convey our sincere gratitude to the organizers led by the two universities for the inaugural session that is being held today, led by the University of Zululand, as I've said, to our alma mater, to Professor Mtose, our President and Vice Chancellor, and Professor Siepe, for extending your invitation to me. We continue to bow our heads in observing a moment of silence to pay our last respect to all those that have lost their lives due to the battle against COVID-19. And we salute all those frontline staff that have succumbed while they were in the cause of saving lives. We have lost many people in the frontline staff, both here at home and abroad, that they have died with their boots on trying to save humanity. Equally, on behalf of our government, we wish those that are infected strength, courage, and a speedy recovery. Humanity across the globe is feeling scared, and others have lost hope. Many are feeling a dark cloud hovering over their heads. Some, they say they can't breathe. And it's very important that while we're actually facing this pandemic, we can take solace and courage from the words of our first democratic president, Nelson Mandela, when he gave some words of hope during the course of adversity, when he said, I quote, "There were dark moments, when my faith in humanity was sorely tested, but I would not and could not give myself up to despair. That way lies death and defeat. I close quote. The World Health Organization, through its Director General, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, has declared COVID-19 public health enemy number one. He has further called on governments and persons to do their best to break the chains of transmission, and we have to actually end our collective suffering. Through our collective effort and advancement in science, knowledge, and technologies, a number of vaccines have been developed, and a number of them in other countries. They have started administering those particular vaccines, and there are also developments right now as we speak that other entities, other scientists and professionals are discovering so many other vaccines, and they are going through clinical trials. And in other countries, we are actually dealing with the registration. A breakthrough and a solution is indeed in sight. Today's world is full of many uncertainties. Our people, they long for a bright future, but they are scared and they are bewildered about what lies ahead. As academics, professionals in the field of earth and environmental sciences, we have the most important task to analyze what is happening in our global planet Earth and how should we respond with appropriate solution. What should many leaders, governments, civil society, we should collectively do? In the last century, our tenacity and resolve as humanity was put to the test. In less than half of that particular century were 2 world wars, wherein millions of our people perish. We also experienced the Cold War amongst the superpowers. Most importantly, our people yearn for the end of the wars and the advent of peace. We also experience in our own planet the struggle for freedom and independence, wherein people fought against colonizers to shook off their bondages of colonization. The Cold War ended. The world agreed to pursue a shared aspiration of cooperation and shared development. Geopolitical conflicts have escalated. They have given rise to terrorism, also including issues of displacement of many of our people through migration that we have seen, especially in our region and also in the Middle East. We have also seen the escalation of trade wars, and there's been a rise of protectionism that is pushed by certain countries with an aim of excluding others from our shared aspiration of development and cooperation. Before COVID-19, your esteemed participants and guests, we experienced an era of major development, as well as profound transformation and change. We experienced economic globalization. We experienced multilateralism, where it was on the rise, despite some unilateralism that was advanced by the US and some countries in the West. We experienced a quantum leap in advances in science, in technologies, as we've seen through the 4th Industrial Revolution. We're experiencing unparalleled scientific industrial revolution that was propelling human advancement. Delegates and participants, we must appreciate that we have one planet Earth as our only home. We are interconnected and interdependent. Your session today, which is the inaugural session and beyond, should seek to contribute to find sustainable solution to climate change that has caused so much devastating effect. We've experienced drought in some parts of our own continent. We've experienced floods. There are many things that we're experiencing. We need to explore new possibilities and pathways to governance models so that we can achieve our sustainable development goals as agreed by the United Nations, including our own issues of the United Nations Paris Agreement. Due to population growth, urbanization, climate change, migration, and economic growth over the last 3 decades, we must place significant pressure to Earth, that it has placed a significant pressure on Earth and environment. For an example, significant decline in terms of the available quantity and quality of water resources has actually been experienced even in our own country. At the very same time, we need to be able to indicate that it has had negative impacts on health, environment, and economic prospects of many nations. Many countries are experiencing water scarcity. There's also air pollution, and it has caused tensions and conflicts among neighboring states where water causes are shared. The well-being of humanity through ages has always been dependent on secure sources of water. Conversely, in the absence, it can cause the demise of often well-established societies. Similarly, where different societies depend on water from a common source, this will result in competition during times of scarcity, and it can cause untold conflicts. We are very fortunate that in the region of SADC, which is the Southern African Development Communities, we actually share 4 main rivers, and there's been a very good cooperation amongst ourselves. And these matters are being handled, and they are handled very well through those international cooperation. You could see some of the challenges that are happening on the Nile River for the issue of the construction of the dam, and the AU, led by His Excellency President Ramaphosa, and the United Nations are working with Sudan. They are working with Ethiopia and Egypt to deal with these issues. You know the challenges in the Middle East. Some of the problems were faced. I will not talk about the issues around fossil fuels, the issues of power generation that have actually caused a lot of problems in terms of the ozone layer, and the issues of rising temperatures that has also caused some problems in terms of rising seas, having some cyclones, as we've been experiencing recently in SADC, especially coming through Mozambique, the cyclone Eloise. I don't understand why do they call them with the names of ladies or women, because women are most caring, and they are actually, if the world was led mostly by women, we could actually have less wars, we could have been having peace. Collaboration and cooperation, Chair, at a global and regional level, by you as professionals and by all of us, is very crucial if we are going to achieve our developmental imperatives. One of the most important issues I was very happy to see in your agenda is the discussion of the nexus of water, energy, and food. Because we know that water security links together with the web of food, energy, climate, economic growth, and human security. We have to manage the quantity and quality to achieve our long environmental sustainability, social and economic benefit for all nations. Our challenge remains in most parts of the world of how do we deliver these services in areas where there is insufficient availability of our natural resources. At the very same time, how do we deal with issues of rolling out of infrastructure, using clean and green technologies How do we deal with the issues of recurrent droughts due to climate variation? How do you deal with issues of inequities in access, the deteriorating and the pollution that is happening, the lack of skills and challenges? Because one of the biggest challenges we face is the capacity of humanity, those that have the knowledge like yourselves to provide solutions, including issues of governance and institutional arrangement. Let me conclude, Your Excellency Chairperson, our inaugural chair. The current generation of leaders in our midst today, especially in the field of earth and environmental sciences, you have more responsibility that you need to take for the sake of our future generation. In your hands, we are holding a bait. There was once a professor, I'm told, that a young man wanted to know what kind of a person is called a professor. They say a professor is a well-learned person. Then this young person wanted to check this capability of this learned person. He comes, he's having a bait in his hand. He asked a professor, "Prof, I have a bait in my hand. I'm going to actually hide the bait in my hand behind my back. And Professor, I want to ask you whether the bait in my hand is alive or dead." The professor, as a person that is well learned and a person of wisdom, never actually, not a fake professor, because a fake professor would have said to the young man, "The bait in your hand is alive." The young man would have squeezed the life out of that particular bait and say, "Professor, look here, this bait is dead." If the professor would have guessed and said, "This bait in your hand is dead," the young man would have shown the professor to say, "Prof, you see, this bait in my hand is alive." Therefore, the professor looked at the young man and smiled and said, "The life of this bait is in your hands. You, as our most important assets, you as environmental and earth scientist professionals, academics and practitioners, our planet Earth will not perish as long as you are alive, because in your hands, we are holding the life of this bait called planet Earth. We have no choice. Only one choice is in your hands, is to keep that bait alive for the next generation. As I've said, many people across the globe continue to be trapped in poverty. They continue to have been exposed to hunger, unemployment, and inequality. This is not correct. And this is not an ideal world where we have to continue to have people suffering when our world is boasting of breathtaking advances in science, breathtaking advances in technology, industry, and wealth accumulation. Let us, through your skills and expertise, shape the world to become a better place for many generations to come. I want to wish you well on behalf of His Excellency, President Ramaphosa, and the people of South Africa, well for your inaugural session. God bless Africa, her sons and daughters. I thank you. Asante San.
Deputy Minister, thank you very much for your vote of confidence to the professoriate. And thank you very much for your wide-ranging speech in which you covered a number of areas, most of which are going to be covered in the sessions. We also appreciate the fact that when you received a call, you wasted no time but to indicate that you are available. This is the type of partnership that we seek as scholars in the academy with government. we can't be seen to be working or working against each other. And most importantly, those of us who are in the academia are also humbled by the appreciation that knowledge has various sources, and government is also another source of information and knowledge. And most importantly, when a deputy and a minister speaks, we also see that as a directive, a policy directive, and also assured that when they make those statements, there will be funding that will be associated with those pronouncements. So we will be approaching your office based on your presentation, and we are sure that we can always count on you being able to give this level of support. We also want to thank you very much for showing us and pointing out our interconnectedness with nature and with each other. For now, Deputy Minister, wait for a call as we finish this session, in which we have listened to you and we will take advice from your input, and as well as our international guests in terms of the challenges that we face. But I'm very impressed that you ended by indicating that all of us have an obligation to ensure that the future also includes those who are less fortunate. Oftentimes, our parental lens does not go beyond our own interest. But as government, it is always important that our excitement is also tempered by being reminded that this country is a country that has a history in which the oppressed, the less fortunate, were in the forefront and remain in the forefront of the policy of this government. With those few words, Deputy Minister, I want to thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to move to the next session, or not so much a session, but the part where we receive messages of support from a number of guests. What I'm going to do, I'm going to list the number of guests and who are panelists, and I will not be coming back to introduce them one by one. The first speaker to follow the Deputy Minister is Mr. Desigan Naidu, the Chief Executive Officer of the Water Research Commission in South Africa. He will be followed immediately by Professor Elango from Anna University in India, the Vice President of the International Association of Hydrological Sciences, and also the President of the International Commission of Water Quality in India. The next one will be Professor Biswas, University of Chicago, Glasgow, UK, Chairperson Water Management International Limited, founder of International Journal of Water Resource Development. He will be followed by Professor Dams, Professor Kaohsiung Medical University in Taiwan, and also the academic editor for Environmental and Public Health. They will follow each other. There'll be no need for me to come back. And the session will be ended by the conference chairs, Professor Li from Cheng'an University, China, and the chair, Professor Elumalai, the head of Department of Hydrology, University of Zululand. And they will close the session with the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, I call on Professor Naidu to give us a message of support, to be followed by the colleagues that I've mentioned just now. Thank you very much. Yes, again, Naidu, the stage is yours.
Deputy Minister Moshlobo, and remind him that Sipho Siepe very craftily sneaked in a budgetary promise into your speech, sir. We're going to have a discussion later. To the very distinguished speakers that we have from around the world, some of whom have played a very pivotal part, not only in my own development, but the development of my institution. Professor Biswas, my very first paper in water was actually published in then your very, very new journal in its very first issue. Thank you, sir. And congratulations to the co-chairs, Professors Piyu Lee and Vetrimurugan Elumalai, and the two universities. Colleagues, the WRC, the Water Research Commission, has a special year in 2021. We are 50 years old this year. And that's a very significant milestone. And I only want to say two things about it. The first of those things is that it was stimulated by an intense series of drought episodes in the 1960s in South Africa. And the then government said, the only way for us to get ourselves into a space where we're able to sustain these environmental shocks is by having a much higher knowledge base in order to deal with it. And that investment in science and technology and innovation came in the form of developing this new institution. The second thing that I want to say is that we sit in 2021, where the majority of the years now, 26 of those years, are actually in the democratic era of South Africa, which is a very big move. And because of that, there's been a major change in the focus of the institution, with a higher focus on empowering of people around dealing with the global and local transformation project, around organizing for power to be back in the hands of ordinary folk, including the way we deal with water management, while at the same time servicing the high end, the cutting edge of water technologies, so that we actually have a possibility of having a water prosperous future. Colleagues, a few notes on where we are today. The first and inescapable is COVID-19. And this has been spoken about in depth for the last 11 months, and I don't want to say too much more, except that COVID-19 has organized for us to be laid bare. If you like, it was a giant X-ray machine, and it has dissolved all the veneers that we had, all the excuses that we had, all the colorful spin doctoring that we managed to do over the past 50 or so years, and laid bare the vulnerability of Earth and of human beings on this planet Earth. If you like, to carry on with the quotes from Martin Luther King begun by Professor Mtusi, COVID-19 has organized for us to be at the top of the mountain. We can see the future, but we can also see that there is a fork in the road. So one of the very important things that's happening in January, well, one of a bunch of important things that are happening in January, is defining what I think is a very historical synapse in human history. For in this very month, we have seen a transition of power in the White House in the United States, the end of Trumpism, if you like. And while that might sound like a local issue, it has had huge implications for how the world has operated in the last 4 years. Well, actually longer than that. But what it does organize to do is that there's a clarion call from the Biden administration, not only for the United States to do different things and do things differently, but for all of us to do different things and to do things differently. The second factor is the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum is sitting, because there are continued sessions right now, engaging what our formula for development has been for the past 50 and more years, and organizing itself to be called under the banner of the Great Reset. And I think this is highly significant, because this is an acknowledgement that although fossil fuels have given us an accelerated development model par none, it is organized for us to plunge in an accelerated way in the wrong direction. So how we engage what comes out of the discussions of this Great Reset will in fact determine what the next 50 years are going to be like, perhaps even the rest of the century. And to organize, to give some direction to that, we have had in parallel CAS, the Climate Action Summit. This was convened by some like-minded countries, but I think it has got as much resonance as the discussions at the WEF. And what it is saying is that we have to organize ourselves into a very particular trajectory. if we are indeed going to organize to be in a much better place. And I think it's important to acknowledge that. It's important to understand that. It's also important to understand the difficulties of actually getting into that space. Because a quick examination of the stimulus packages that have been announced all over the world, including my own country, have the majority of countries moving in favor of one, austerity, but secondly, in rescuing those very industries and the industrial model that is organized for us to be in a very unsustainable space. And with very few exceptions, but very important exceptions, there is limited investment in a green growth trajectory in the world. And this is something we have to pay a lot of attention to. So the development model clearly has to have a reset. And I think this is the intention of Klaus Schwab and his team when they announced this from the WEF. And one of the things that is foremost in this is the issue of inequality. And inequality has a special resonance in our domain, in the domain of water and in the domain of sanitation, because water and sanitation inequality is even more perverse than the economic inequality we are seeing all over the world. At the same time, we have seen phenomenal moves in various parts of the world. If I look at sanitation and the Swachh Bharat program in India and the concomitant program in China around organizing for hundreds of millions of people to have access to improved sanitation in a fairly short space of time, we are also seeing what is possible. The next point I want to move to, and I will do this rapidly, is that our job as a community of practice, and this conference has convened some incredible minds, true leaders in the domain of water and sanitation, is to give meaning to the Global Acceleration Framework and the Decade of Action that was announced last year by UN Water and by Secretary General Antonio Guterres. And reminder of those 5 pillars holding up this Global Acceleration Framework. They were the usual suspects, naturally, around governance and around finance and around building capacity. But even in that, a new way of looking at it, that we actually have to be innovative around our governance models to genuinely democratize the management of water. It is absolutely critical. People who manage the reins of water at a local level have much higher levels of water security than the people who don't. In the domains of finance, the classical finance mechanism simply don't work anymore. This is our reality. So new models of blended finance, of combination grants and loans, of cooperatives, of organizing for the likes of the Grameen model to be rolled out in the domain of water and sanitation is the new way of organizing to build new infrastructure, to maintain current infrastructure, and to ensure services to all. In the domain of capacity building, it's new kinds of capacity that we're looking at now. We're no longer looking at only technologists and engineers, because water management is much more than that and requires much more than that. We need the folk to manage the finances. We need the folk to deal with the behavior changes that are required. We need the folk to support systems, people systems, to be able to organize to higher levels of water security. And then there's the issue of how to deal with big data, artificial intelligence, and information, which is absolutely critical. And the last is said as innovation, but innovation around technology, yes, but innovation way beyond technology. Innovation in everything we do and the way we do it. Colleagues, I have run out of my time. I am very pleased to have addressed you here today and wish you the best of luck around this really monumental event in the form of this conference, and remind you that not only is our job to build back better, it is much more fundamental to build back greener. Thank you all very, very much indeed.
Elango, you are next.
Yes. Very good morning to one and all who are here. It is a great privilege and pleasure for me to be here among the learned colleagues here on this web conference. Most respected and honorable Mahalobo, Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation, South Africa, and my friend and ever inspirational and dynamic leader of the university, Professor Mudoze, Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, with whom we have a long-term cooperation and we also have an MOU. And my dear colleagues who are in the panel, and the previous speaker, the guest speaker, Dr. Naidu, CEO of Water Research Commission, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor CP, and my dear colleagues who are going to speak after me, Professor Biswas, Professor Dehams, and then my dear friend Pyong Liu, and the conference, who is the conference chair from China, who is my long-term friend, and my dear Professor Yermale, who is the conference chair from South Africa, and again my dear friend Professor Punane, the Dean of Faculty of Science and Agriculture. It gives me great pleasure to be with you all today. And as rightly put forth by the Honorable Minister, the topic of earth and environment is the most important one today, and which has been rightly endorsed by his officer, Dr. Naidu, who has rightly mentioned the importance of water. And South Africa is the country which is having very less population. At the same time, they receive very less rainfall of about 500 to 600 millimeter per annum. Whereas in contrast, some parts of India receives large amount of rainfall, but there are certain regions, especially northwest of India, which is very similar to South Africa. Compared to South Africa, India is not very well managing the groundwater resources. So there are a lot of similarities to work together and a lot of scope to work together. Realizing this a couple of years back, I think in 2019, the president of South Africa visited India. They had signed a lot of bilateral agreements. So there are a lot of similarities, not only in terms of water shortage, but also in those days. In fact, India and South Africa were together, right? As a geologist, I would like to say, once upon a time, these two continents were together. So there is a lot of similarity even in the rock types on the west coast of India as well as the east coast of South Africa. And in terms of climate, again, a lot of similarities. We have El Nino and La Nino, which are mostly common between both the countries. And South Africa, which is suffering for water, right, as rightly put forth also by the previous speaker, Dr. Naidu, and also there were a lot of talk all over the world, especially day zero in Cape Town. And realizing this, there is an urgent need to pull up all the experts. I think this conference should pave a way for such a talent pool. They can be brought together, and we can also think of commencing a kind of national center to look into water resources. Probably the dynamic vice chancellor of the University of Zululand can offer to host such a center with the funding at the national level, because I had visited the university a number of times, which is at a considered to be a kind of developing region of South Africa that can host a center to take up the cause of the entire country. That can be one of the agenda which I thought of telling you right up front. With these brief words, I thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor, our friend, for having given me this opportunity to be a part of this inaugural session along with the Honorable Minister of South Africa. I wish the conference a great success, and as everybody spoke about COVID, and we are, as a part of India, we are also very happy, right? Our Prime Minister has recently dispatched vaccine to the country of South Africa. With this brief note, I wish a grand conference. I thank all those who are participating in this inaugural session. Thank you very much.
Professor Stitch, you can go on. The platform is yours.
Thank you very much for this invitation. It's a real pleasure to be invited to this seminar, and also the fact that I have a chance to meet some old friends here and some new friends. And Dr. Naidu, we have not met before, but it's a privilege to see you. Last time I was in South Africa, Water Research Foundation had invited me to be involved. I haven't been to South Africa for some time, but it's been a pleasure for me to get involved again, because the first time I went to South Africa was in 1975 during the apartheid regime, when Nico Stutterheim, then the head of the CSIR, invited me to give a keynote speech to the CSIR annual conference. And that was the first time I had personal interaction with apartheid. I arrived in the Johannesburg airport. When I went to the bathroom, I saw 3 bathrooms, one for whites, one for coloreds, one for blacks. It was incredible experience. Since then, I followed it much interest what the country has done. I think what South Africa has done, you have given us Nelson Mandela. We are proud of it. I'm delighted. This is the 50th anniversary of Zululand. I remember some years ago, I was invited to the University of Stellenbosch. I think it was centenary. So it was good to see Zululand's university is also progressing. What I want to share in the limited time I have is a few things, few ideas. And the issue of the sustainable development was mentioned several times during the opening session. Sustainable development needs defining three very important issues. One, how many people? What we're talking of, how many people are involved for sustainable development? Second, what type of living standard are we talking about for these people to have? And the third, within what time frame? If we can answer these three, define these three, the rest follows. But unfortunately, even these three, our crystal ball is extremely crowded. When we talk about how many people, we have to think about the world, we have to think about individual country. If we look far into the future, into let's say 2100, the latest projections indicates that the UNFPA's estimate that 11 billion people for 2100 is a gross overestimate. Chances are, with increasing contraceptions, women's education, emancipation, and access to birth control facilities, it's likely to be about 9 billion. That means we are talking of 2 billion less than what the UNFPA's standard projections indicate. And I would like to submit to you, the world will be a different place if it's a 9 billion in 2100 than 11 billion. That's almost 16 to 17% less. So that is one of my first things, that many of the things we are taking for granted are really not the convention. The conventional wisdom is not the correct wisdom. We have to think about what are the different scenarios going to be. Next, I want to go to what we might see by 2100, this world situation. One thing is very sure, the world is going to be increasingly more heterogeneous. Countries like Japan, Spain, Italy will probably lose half of its population by 2100. And the number of elderly will increase significantly in these countries. So the question for us, those of us who are looking to the future of water, we have to start thinking of how the world will look like in the year 2100. There has to be, and will be, migration from one country to another. All these concept of one country trying to manage the rest is going to be very different. But there will be also, when countries like Japan, Spain, Italy will be losing population, Sub-Saharan Africa will be increasing in population very, very significantly. For example, the latest estimate shows that China's population, working age population in China, which was about 950 million in 2017, might decline to 360 million by 2100. So we're talking of mammoth changes that are going to be. And India's population similarly, and these are the latest estimate, and I think more correct estimate, are going to, working age population will be less, will reduce, estimate will go down from 762 million to about 582 million. These are major changes in our estimates and of the future. And depending on what future we look like of the population and what standard of living we think about, we have to redesign our water system and water management. And in the area of water management, one of the things I am really concerned with, the standard doom and gloom. Yes, we have a water problem globally right now, but we also have the knowledge to make sure that our efficiency is significantly increased how we manage water. I have been with the Singapore advice in the government of Singapore for 16 years, and I was in Singapore for the last 16 years. I've just moved to Glasgow. Singapore's per capita water availability now is 300, slightly less than 350 cubic meters per person per day. And if you ask anyone in Singapore, do you feel water stress? The answer will be, what water stress? We have none. And yet in the water profession, we still start talking about we need per person 1,000 cubic meter of water. This is ridiculous. We have to improve our knowledge. We have to advance our knowledge. Water is not like minerals. It's not like energy, which is one use, disappears. Water can be used, reused, and this process can continue indefinitely. If Singapore can continue with its only 350 cubic meters of water, and its people never had any problem with water, it shows that issue is with the management, not with these resources. I have visited South Africa several times, and Dr. Naidu, I have to tell you, some of your predecessors I have been disappointed with because their thinking was very linear. And one thing we learn in this world, no thinking can be linear, not continue ad infinitum. We have a water problem per capita, but that is ridiculous. The water is a renewable resources. If we manage it properly, it can continue on and on with no problem. So what I'm going to talk about is very quickly is the institutional changes that are needed and the technological advances that are needed. And what is even more, the perception, the attitude of the people towards water. And the biggest problem I'm finding it now, I do not know a single politician, and I've been advising 21 prime ministers or ministers in 21 different countries, except for Singapore, not one of the prime ministers or the ministers are interested in the water on a long-term basis. The interest of the prime minister comes only when there's a crisis, and the moment the crisis, the flood is over, the water disappears from the political agenda. And you cannot manage an important resource like water when the political interest is so transient. So we have to put, irrespective of all the big talks, we have to put back water higher up in the political agenda. And the water profession, I'm afraid, is doing a very lousy job of putting water at the top of political agenda. And the politicians, as I said before, become interested in water when you have a major crisis in terms of drought or floods. The moment is gone, evaporates. And in order to solve the country's water problem, we need a 30, 40-year plan and political emphasis over this long period over this period of time. We have to start thinking about what type of paradigms we need. The world is full of talk about integrated water resources management. I'm afraid IWRM is a concept that's there, has gone, not now, but at least 30 years ago. We have to start thinking of a water in a different context. How do we manage water efficiently so that we meet the human needs? In fact, all our calculations indicate the world has enough water, not only now, but also for the year 2100, when the countries will have much better population, if we only manage our water properly. And to manage water properly, it's not only of the water engineers, but also all people that are needed, the politicians, the people. And there is no reason why, if we look at now some of the water consumption per person per people in countries, some of the European countries are now using per capita about 70 liters per capita per day, and they have a wonderful health and no water shortages. So we need to start thinking about how much water a human being needs in our individual country so that we manage. In India, for example, they talk about 130 liters per capita per day, which is ridiculous because it is neither necessary nor can India manage to do that. So we have to start thinking about how do we improve our water management. We already have the knowledge, and the thing I want to conclude is we have the knowledge, we have the experience, but what we're missing is the forward-looking, the political will and the people's will that we can give everyone clean water 24 hours a day, 365 days a year without any difficulty with the current technology, with current resources. It's doable, and it depends on us and our politicians to do that. But it's not a difficult goal to reach. And we hope this conference will be one of those who will lead us towards a better future. Thank you very much, and I'm listening forward to hearing to all of my other colleagues. Thank you.
Can I suggest that we skip, we'll come back to you, Prof. We just go straight to Prof. Penh from
Can you hear me?
China. Yes, now we can hear you.
Maybe you take another speaker. Yeah, so we, can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you. You can go on.
Oh, now it's fine?
Yes, it's fine now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very, very sorry for the delay, so I will give my contribution shortly. I have some slides prepared and want to talk very briefly now about the importance of biotechnology in the sustainable management of environmental resources generally, but in our case, and most of the participants are certainly interested in water resources, water research and development. I'm working at the Kaohsiung Medical University, the Research Center for Medical Medicine, and moved from Germany actually to Taiwan, to Kaohsiung, where I'm working at the center, particularly on resources based on water, including food resources. And I want to take the opportunity to invite students maybe to study at our school, both in Taiwan, where we have quite interesting fellowship programs for international students, and also in Germany, where we have funding from very different resources, such as from the German Academic Exchange Service. So in both cases, you can contact me. You have the email from the organizer and also on some of the slides. I give another talk later and will cut this very short because of the technical problems we had. So we are very interested in the basic needs of humans, such as food and air, but particularly also water. There would be no clear air without water, and there would be no food without water. We all agree on this, and the water should be safe and secure and abundant available for everyone, as this was outlined by all speakers actually this morning. And yeah, it should be abundant and not scarce or even lacking. That cause not only health problems, but death, as you can imagine. And it should be safe. So these boys in some places in Africa, I spent 1 year of my life actually in Africa. 5 times I have been to South Africa to embark on research vessels to the Antarctic, not the least for a project bringing glacier ice as a freshwater resource, particularly to South Africa, which is the next place kind of coming from the high Antarctic glacier resources. So these boys have to use bacterial filters to in order to get and obtain safe waters for drinking, because we have pollution of various kinds, biological pollution by pathogens, by biotoxins, and we have chemical and physical pollution. And many issues are related to global health. And assuming that one health policy is only possible if the environment is safe and healthy, to provide human, private, personal, and public health, we have to do research and find solution to the problems, pollutions, natural pollutions like volcanic eruptions and, for instance, sediment transport to coastal waters, but also man-made pollutions of the atmosphere. Here, carbon dioxide is one major example, industrial gases and emergent pollutants, which also are responsible to or share their kind of contribution to global climate change. So for integrative monitoring and management, we have to look at very different levels of organization, from the ecosystem and biosphere to communities, population, down to the individual and even biomolecular cellular level, to bioassay, but also to regulate and manage, for instance, water resources in a reasonable way. And emergent pollutants are providing particular problems like nanoparticles, but they also provide possibilities for cleaning the environment in situ, like in the ecosystem, in the biosphere, but also in vivo, providing medical aids to people with health problems, as well as in the ATME kind of criteria, following the ATME criteria, as well as in vitro. We are working, for instance, on nanotechnological applications to purify water, for instance, from heavy metals like cadmium, but also chromium, again, using nanotechnology. And we use in silico approaches, that means chem computational approaches, in order to predict certain diseases which could be caused by by chemical compounds. And we use these from the subcellular molecular level to the cellular level and individual level, as well as to the population level, looking at population effects and community effects like biodiversity changes following pollution. All this could provide a way of sustainable management of natural resources, of environmental resources, which provide social benefits, but also benefits for the economy, as you all know, since innovative developments in these areas can sell, can make money for the good of all. So thank you very much for your patience. I'm very sorry for the technical problems. I have another talk, I think in half an hour or in 1 hour now, and see you then. Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Dear distinguished Vice Chancellor, distinguished Deputy Minister, dear colleagues and friends, good morning. And maybe I should say good afternoon or good evening to some of our delegates. And this is Peiyue Li from Cheng'an University, China. It is a great pleasure for me to be here to chair the international webinar with Professor Vetri Murugan Illumalak, This online webinar is jointly organized by University of Zululand, South Africa, and Chennai University, China, who are partners of research projects jointly supported by the National Research Foundation of South Africa and the National. Yeah.
So I was anticipating this problem. What was the reason really?
What?
To learn for the future, you click on here.
The National Natural Science Foundation of China. This webinar serves as a platform for academic communications, exchange of ideas and inspirations for specialists and scholars in earth and environmental sciences. First of all, I would like to congratulate the University of Zululand for its 60th anniversary. I visited the university in 2018 and 2019 respectively, and I'm highly impressed by its beautiful landscapes, brilliant historical culture, and hospitable South African people. I truly hope I can find more opportunities to visit this great university.
I want to ask you,
I am now working at Penh University, which is a national key university under the direct leadership of the Ministry of Education, China. It is located in Xi'an City, central China, and has 2 main campuses and 3 training bases. At present, Chennai University has over 25,000 undergraduates, 10,000 master and PhD candidates, and 1,600 international students. What deserves to be mentioned here is that 2021 is the 70th anniversary of Chennai University, and we welcome all of you to visit Chennai University this year. Xi'an is one of the oldest cities and the oldest 4 great Asian capitals in China. It is the capital of 13 ancient dynasties in China, so it will be a good experience to visit Xi'an. As we all know, the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic has changed a lot in people's living style. Many cities are shutting down restaurants, shopping malls, gyms, and schools to try to stop the spread of this pandemic virus. And people are requested to stay at home to avoid a virus infection. However, water bodies, natural and building environments, and related social systems have experienced significant impact from the economic slowdown and the reduction of pollutant from industries, vehicle emission, and other sources. However, the significant environmental changes that we are facing may have vital influences on our living and development. Addressing with the water contamination, water shortage, climate change, landslides, earthquakes, air pollution, and many other geological and environmental problems is critical to maintain our high living standards. This problem cannot be solved without international collaboration. This webinar gives us a valuable opportunity to establish and accelerate our collaboration. We may not know each other before this webinar, but I believe we can be very good friends after it. So let's join hands together and make our Earth better. Finally, I wish the conference a success and hope that every participant can find future partners through our conference. I wish all of you good health and every success in your future life. May the world's COVID-19 pandemic end soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for your talk. Good morning to everyone. Greeting for New Year and new season. It's one of my prestigious moments to address at this inaugural ceremony as a chair of the conference in presence of our honorable and respected Deputy Minister, Mr. David Maklobo, Her Excellency Prof. Sholiswa Chose, Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, His Eminence Prof. Sipo Sipe, Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, respected Prof. Nakutula Kunene, Dean of the Faculty, our special guests, Prof. Desigan Naidu, Chief Executive Officer, Water Research Commission, Professor Ilongo Anna University, Professor Assist Biswas, University of Glasgow, Professor Hans Dams, Kaohsiung Medical University, Taiwan, and my dear friend, Professor Lee from Chang'an University. Dear colleagues and researchers from globally, this conference is a part of our NRF and NSFC project, as mentioned before by Professor Lee, between the University of Zululand and Chang'an University, China. We established our collaboration in 2015, and we are running a successful collaboration with a fruitful outcome of 13 published articles in highly reputed journals. We have now taken an extra mile, which was one of the target goals of our project. We have total of 760 registered participants from all over the globe. This is our first international Earth and Environmental Sciences conference, and we have planned to continue hosting it every 2 years once, with further collaboration with other countries. So I also take this opportunity to invite researchers, institutions, and water management boards to join hands with us in future collaborations. I would like to register my gratitude to Prof. Sloliswe Chose, Vice Chancellor of University of Zululand, for her continued support for this successful conference. Through this conference, we have established collaboration with 17 universities in the world countries. As Prof. Lee mentioned earlier, Prof. Lee and myself were initially prepared to conduct this event as a live conference, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we are conducting this through online virtual platform. I suppose we have practically entered into the new normal era. Our world has changed, our life has changed, our environment has changed, and our social well-being has been affected. Our Mother Earth is experiencing a significant and immediate threat. Our coastal environment, ecosystem, and natural resources are overstressed due to industrialization, overexploitation of natural resources, pollution, and climate change. Most part of the world, including South Africa, is struggling to recover from this tragic risk and impact. South Africa has a huge land mass, and most of it goes underused due to the geographic presentation, where water resources are unevenly distributed. Food and energy production also depends on water. However, the unpredictable climate change pattern in South Africa as a result of climate change has created drought in parts of the nation, while our neighboring countries are experiencing severe floods. We are in high demand to find the scientific solution along with the policies and management of our government, and we the scientists, researchers, and environmentalists has still not lost our hopes. We all gathered here to change lives and bring a transformation in our environment. We first look into these issues, investigate it, address it, find a solution from which we share our knowledge and experiences, inspiring the researchers. I must acknowledge the generosity and excellence of our world eminent speakers who readily accepted to address in our conference. They are expertise in their field of specialization, and I am sure that this conference will have significance and conclude meaningful, bringing positive changes in all our endeavors. Together, let us change the world a more beautiful place to live. Thank you.
Honorable guest, Deputy Minister, Mr. Mahlobo, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, Prof. Mtose, Prof. Siepe, the Deputy Vice Chancellor and Chair, and also the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Prof. Nomlomo, all the special guests, I won't mention all of them, but I'll mention Prof. Naidu and Prof. Olango, all the delegates and colleagues, and all protocols observed. On behalf of the organizing institution and the organizing committee, I have the honor to provide a vote of thanks to all the stakeholders that have contributed in making of this Earth and Environmental Science International Webinar Conference 2021, which is jointly hosted by the University of Zululand and Chang'an University in China. I would first like to acknowledge with appreciation the presence of our special guest, the Honorable Deputy Minister, in this webinar conference, despite his busy schedule. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for gracing this event with your wonderful speech, which gave us more insight on the significance of such a conference. The Deputy Minister also gave us the responsibility to train more scientists and give them skills to solve the various challenges that we have in our planet Earth. We thank you for that speech. Special thanks to the Vice Chancellor of Zululand, Prof. Mtose, for all the support, financially and her time in the organization of this conference. Similar gratitude goes to Prof. Siepe, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, for the guidance he has provided in the organization of the conference. Thank you to our special guests, Prof. Naidu, the CFO of Water Research Commission, Prof. Elango from Anna University, India, Prof. Assis Bizwa in the University of Glasgow, UK, Prof. Hans Kaho Singh in Taiwan, our organizing chairs, Prof. Elumalai from the University of Zululand, and Prof. Peiyong Li in Chang'an University in China. Thank you for giving us your precious time also to participate in the conference and sharing with us some of the finest words. We got insight and ideas on the aspects of work, the kind of studies, the scenarios that the scientists as well as the politicians need to take into consideration when developing measures that are required to sustain and improve water availability in the country. Thank you for those words. Thank you to all the delegates for showing your interest and participating in the Earth and Environmental Science International Webinar to the 2021. We greatly appreciate your preparations and soon your presentations of the work that you have done with the aim to tackle the current earth and environmental issues. The webinar conference was sponsored by the University of Zululand, the National Research Foundation, and the National Natural Science Foundation in China. We acknowledge and give special thanks to this institution. A special gratitude to conference chairs, Prof. Elumalai from the University of Zululand, Prof. Peiyong Li from the Chang'an University in China for their representation and coordinating this important international conference. I take this opportunity to thank my colleagues and the entire organization committee from the Faculty of Science and Agriculture in the University of Zululand and Prof. Linto Alafat from Christ College in India for their support and cooperation in developing this program. Lastly, our communications department, as well as the ICT department at the University of Zululand, would like to thank them for their technical support, and also they will be in standby throughout the conference. I may have left some who may give direct or indirect support, and if so, We appreciate them, and please receive my sincere apologies if I've missed. Otherwise, thank you all, and I wish all the best for the success of our program. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings to an end the inaugural session of this conference. It is not my duty to thank everybody because Professor Tula has done so. But what we can say is that the inaugural session was able to provide a broad landscape or mindscape of issues that would be traversed and dealt with and discussed in this conference. We hope, as other speakers have indicated, that this setting of agenda also provides the basis for collaboration. We hope it provides a basis for new friendships. But most importantly, we hope that it also provides a space for new frontiers of knowledge. We hope through these deliberations, new questions will be asked, that also there'll be an opportunity to reformulate and recalibrate new questions. And for students, we hope that the session has excited them enough and has served to inaugurate them to the world of science. And for us, what is most important is the panelists as focus on making sure that we bring the scholarship back to where it belongs, where we link and show the relevance of scholarship to our own very survival. With those few words, I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank the Deputy Minister for availing himself. And I also want to thank the organizers. Organizing such a conference is no easy task, but it points to the future. We at the University of Zululand are very proud to have hosted this first conference on Earth and environmental science webinar that is held globally, where we can boast that we have covered at least every part of our globe. With those two words, the next session begins, and that is the academic session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much for your valuable conclude remark of this session. I would like to call Chuli, who is hosting this session for the academic sessions. Chuli, please, I would like to hand over to you. Please, you can carry forward. Thank you. Sorry, I think the Prof. Sorry for this.
I can start myself.
I think the Chuli is bit something difficult for connecting in the program. I think I would like to hand over to Prof. Ilongo as and Biswas as a chair of these sessions. Please, you can carry on.
Thank you, Professor Biswas. I think I can straight away start in order to save the time, if you don't mind.
I would like to ask Prof. Biswas to open this session.
I think I'll go ahead. There's no issue.
Just 1 minute, Professor Ilango. Thank you. We start our new session, and Dr. Ilango has already been introduced. So, yes. Dr. Ilango, you have about 20 minutes to speak.
20 minutes, fine.
5 minutes of speaking.
Okay.
In about 15 minutes, I'll give you a warning. You have only 5 minutes left, so that we finish on time. Thank you. Okay. And the stage is yours, Dr. Ilango.
Thank you so much. And I'll take about 15 minutes to give some insights, some fundamental insights into the problem of climate change and its impact on groundwater resources. Right? All of us know about rise in atmospheric temperature due to many reasons. The most important reason for that is the greenhouse gas emission that has resulted into not allowing the Earth's temperature back into the space, but they get back scattered into the surface of the Earth as well as the lower part of the atmosphere. This has resulted into the rise in the atmospheric temperature. As you can see, many researchers are working in this field. All of them, though there is a little bit of difference between the different groups in the estimated rise in the atmospheric temperature, but all of us agree, or all of them also agree, that there is a steady rise in the atmospheric temperature. And many of us who are beyond, let us say, 40 to 50 years of age, we also have felt this at our own hometown. There are several reasons for the rise in the atmospheric temperature, but many researchers have also attempted to bifurcate the major causes that are human-induced, the other part is the natural causes, right? Any geologist will agree that we had already witnessed ice age, and we have also seen desertification during the geological past. So these are due to natural phenomena, but apart from that, there are also other anthropogenic causes. So here is a study, very interesting study, in which the authors have tried to bifurcate the impact of climate change into natural as well as anthropogenic effects. As you can see here, right, the red lines that is passing over here, right, the red lines indicate the rise in the atmospheric temperature caused by the rise in caused due to the anthropogenic effects. That is this. Right? And whereas the natural causes are also indicated by this. Okay. So this is how researchers have been heavily working on deciphering the effect of climate change due to natural and anthropogenic causes. So the major relation of this with the groundwater resources is the expected change in the rainfall pattern over the Earth. And here is a nice visualization given by the IPC. Right, wherein you can see how the rainfall is changing over the globe with respect to time. So it is evident that the rainfall pattern is changing due to the effect of climate change, which in turn also affects the groundwater dynamics. Obviously, groundwater depends on the only source, the most important source for groundwater is the rainfall. So when the rainfall pattern is going to change, that is going to lead to change in the groundwater dynamics. So in this study, they had given the major global groundwater resources of the world. The most important one in India is the Indo-Gangetic plain, which is shown. And adding to the problem of atmospheric rise in atmospheric temperature, we are also witnessing sea level rise due to melting of ice, right? Especially in the regions where you have groundwater in the coastal parts of the world, where the sea level is rising. For example, in the east coast of India, it is rising at the rate of about 2 millimeters per annum. As the sea level rises, right, slowly and steadily, correspondingly in the aquifer system, groundwater table also will rise. Why? Because of the intrusion of sea beneath the surface. So this is adding to another dimension, right, where the distance or the region occupied by seawater is also going to increase corresponding to the sea level. So this is how all this also going to result into the changes in the recharge pattern. For example, as the rainfall changes, the recharge that is going to take place over the region is going to get reduced. In contrary to that, we are also increasing the quantum of pumping. This has led to the globally, there is a drastic reduction in recharge as well as increase in pumping. All the towers here indicate the quantum of groundwater that is being pumped, right, which is very alarming, especially in this part of the world, including our country, that is India, where we are very much dependent on the use of groundwater. So on one hand, we are increasing groundwater pumping. On the other hand, there is a decrease in groundwater recharge. That means recharge is getting reduced. We are also over extracting groundwater. All these are the relation between the climate change and groundwater. On one hand, increase in atmospheric temperature, which we had seen. So as the atmospheric temperature increases, the evaporation that is going to take place from the surface is going to increase. And as there is going to be at several places of the world, there is going to be reduction in rainfall. In some regions, there is going to be also a rise in or increase in rainfall. Both of them is going to eventually lead to reduction in recharge, right? When the quantum of rainfall is reduced, recharge obviously gets reduced. Even when the rainfall quantum is increased, the high intensity rainfalls are increasing. That is going to lead to increase in runoff. That means the water will try to run on the surface rather than going down as a recharge. Right. Apart from that, variation in the rainfall, quantum of rains which you receive is going to change, and also the temporal and spatial distribution is changing. Actually, it is changing. Even if you take Chennai, where I'm living, it is changing, right? We have suddenly heavy rainfall in certain years, and following year we have drought. So as I was telling you, very heavy rainfall during 2 months ago, but a year ago at the same period, we didn't have sufficient rainfall. Right? So this has led to a situation where we are over pumping groundwater, right? Because there is not, the surface water resources are limited due to failure in monsoons, and which are associated with climate change, leading to increase in abstraction. Right? And we had also seen sea level rise, which is going to contaminate the coastal groundwaters. These are all the factors that interlinks the climate change with the groundwater resources. Globally, we are able to understand the effect of climate change using this satellite mission called the Gravity Recovery and Climate Experiment, wherein these two satellites, which are polar orbiting satellites, that works on the principle of the variation in the Earth's gravity. Right? The Earth's gravity is picked up by this satellite. Earth's gravity variation over a short span of time is associated with the loss of water. For example, when the gravity decreases within a week, that indicates loss of water. Similarly, when the gravity increases over the surface of the Earth, more water has entered into the Earth. Using this principle, today we are able to understand the water balance over the entire surface of the Earth. And the study carried out by NASA, in which they had come out and said certain parts of India, there is a tremendous amount of depletion in groundwater using this GRACE mission. So not only that, we are able to, in fact, carry out water balance. That means the total terrestrial water can be estimated, out of which how much is soil water, how much is groundwater. We are able to segregate using some special algorithms. So now the advantage of this data is temporal variation. We are able to understand. That means every 2 weeks we get the data, hence we are able to understand how it varies. So here are some information on the regional wise, right, in different parts of the world, right, including some parts of China, right, as well as in northwestern part of India, which I showed you on the previous slide. So where globally, you can see, though they are from different parts of the world, globally there is a decline in the storage of groundwater, which are all associated to climate change coupled with over extraction of groundwater. Look, we did a small study. With this case study, I'll stop, right? We did a study at Chennai in India, where there is an aquifer. The city of Chennai is here, right? These aquifers are heavily pumped to cater to the need of the city, right? Over pumping in this region, coupled with climate change, has led to enormous amount of seawater intrusion. Over there, we had used the GRACE data to carry out the water balance, right? It means we had assessed all the components of water balance using both the satellite data as well as the in situ measured data. Right? these are all some of the results in which we try to compare the groundwater table measured as well as with the groundwater table determined using the gravity variation. So you can see there is a reasonable comparison between the red and blue lines, where the blue line is derived from the satellite, whereas the red is from the measured data. Right here, at some regions, there is a drastic difference between the two, possibly indicating the water table is more or less the same, but the water is very much contaminated, especially since Chennai is a coastal area where due to enormous amount of seawater intrusion, density of water has increased. So here is a comparison between the measured groundwater level and the satellite derived groundwater level. So here you can see at different pixels over the Chennai city as well as surroundings, how both of them compare, right? So using the same gravity data, we had also picked up the effect of sea level rise, since as the sea level is rising at a few millimeters per annum, as the sea level rise, over the overall thickness of the seawater at that particular case is increasing, leading to greater gravitational force, which in turn results into marginal rise in the gravity. Right. So we compared this as well as the adjacent groundwater table, using which we have also estimated how much of quantum of seawater would have entered into the coastal aquifers due to slow and steady sea level rise. Right. I think I had explained the same slide using the previous slides. Adding to this problem, right, we have also carried out regional climate model projections of rainfall in the city of Chennai. As you can see here, the RCM projected rainfall is going downwards in Chennai region. That means we are going to have comparatively lesser rainfall in future, right? And also the number of rainy days are going to decrease, indicating that high intensity rainfalls are going to fall within a short span of time. So these are all the problems that are faced by this region. This has also led to seawater intrusion. That means that this picture shows how much of the groundwater in this part has been affected by seawater intrusion, right? Since the region is monsoon rain dependent area, the monsoon falls normally during November and December. So during such heavy rainfalls, the seawater intrusion is slightly pushed. The interface is slightly pushed toward the sea, right? You can see this is one of the worst affected area in the world, where groundwater is affected up to a distance of about 15 kilometers from the. Over there, how we can adapt ourselves to the seawater intrusion or the global or the climate change induced effects. We thought of having several percolation ponds over the area, and based on these study, several check dams are also being planned, and many of them have been completed now. We took up one check dam as a kind of pilot study to understand what will be the effect of all the check dams in improving the groundwater quality. So all these measures we tried, and this is a study carried out in one of the percolation pond. This is another case study in a large check dam, which was continuously monitored to understand the effect of check dam. Using this data, we have built a sophisticated integrated rainfall runoff as well as river discharge and groundwater model. Using the model, we had understood how the groundwater table is responding to climate change as well as sea level rise. These are all some of the predicted groundwater table over this region. So this slide shows how sophisticated the groundwater model part of the integrated surface water groundwater model. So as I told you, we had built a complex 8-layer subsurface groundwater model, in which we had also considered the variation in density to understand the seawater intrusion. So this is how we have validated the model. using the excellent observed groundwater table data is available. With the government using that, we have validated, we had calibrated as well as validated our model. After having done that, we had put in all the possible mitigation measures that can help us to mitigate the problem of seawater intrusion over this region, right? I think I missed the file. So this video will show how the seawater interface is moving inland and moving away, responding to the monsoon. Right? This is also another slide I will skip. These are all the various measures which we thought of so that we can adapt ourselves to the expected climate change in future. Right? Very simply, going in for additional check dams, increasing the height of the check dams, rehabilitating the different defunct water bodies and so on and so forth. So once if you put in all these measures which we saw on the previous slide, right, our model is going to predict what is going to happen in the future. So this particular slide shows the situation in the past, right? What was the situation sometime during 1990? We were here, we were a little bit comfortable. Then we started over extracting. Recharge got reduced due to the vagary in monsoons, leading to groundwater table going down to this place sometime during 2000. Then it went back slightly to this level during 2010 because of some measures taken, right? One of the well fields here was closed, right? The pumping was stopped somewhere here. That has resulted into marginal rise in the groundwater table or the piezometric head. Then, after having put in all the measures which we had thought of will help in overcoming the problem of climate change in this region, this shows a simple, very in simple form, the computer simulated results we have plotted as a kind of cross section, right? So what will happen by the year, by the end of this decade, by December 2030, right? If you continue with the current level of without any intervention, this will be the situation by the end of 2030. That means we are well below the sea level. This is the level of sea here, right? We are well below sea level. This will lead to continuation of seawater intrusion. That means groundwater will get contaminated. So in order to overcome this, we are suggesting some mitigation measures. On the other hand, suppose if you increase groundwater pumping, situation will become very bad. So based on our modeling study, right, if you put in all the measures, we are actually doing that one by one. More than 15 check dams construction has been already completed. Right? If all of them have started functioning efficiently, we are slowly going back to the level that was existing sometime during 1990 or at least 2000 by the end of 2030. So this is how we are trying to adapt ourselves to the climate change. And if you see our plan on the map, this is what was happening. 69, the intrusion was somewhere here. This is the same color, not visible. This is during 2000, right? 2004, 2010, and during 2015 it had come. Yes, I have completed. 2015. It had come up to this. If you go in for the recharge measures, we are going to win back, and we are eventually reaching to sustainable management sometime during 2050. So climate change in general depletes groundwater storage in many regions. Adaptation is the way forward. So that is possible by increasing recharge, as I showed you in this case study. However, maintenance of this recharge structure is a major challenge. I thank you very much for the attention. That's it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ilango.
Thank you.
What you are saying is quite good, and I'm quite impressed by your studies. Just one question for you. Basically, from what you are mentioning, the focus is on supply management.
Exactly.
But I may be wrong because I have not been working in Chennai and that area for a very long time. But the conclusion I have come for a country like India, unless we manage the demand, only supply management is not going to solve. So how do you add the demand management to this? Or are you planning to add in a future study demand management with supply management?
Yeah. See, we are actually in the right track. On one side, supply management is being now done, though it is not an environmental friendly option. We have gone in for 2 desalination plants of about 200 million liters per day capacity, which has come up recently. And also on the demand side, the efforts are being made to reduce water supply, and major players are asked to go in for recycling, right? Especially the new apartments which are coming up in the city over the last 2 years have been advised to go for water recycling. And as well as several industries are also being supplied now with the tertiary treated sewage is being supplied to several industries located in the northwestern part of the city of Chennai. Around 160 million liters of water, treated water, is being supplied. So this is how we are now slowly started managing both the demand as well as supply side. Okay.
So what will be your prediction for the future?
Yeah, the prediction for future is eventually we will increase the recycling and reuse of water. As you were mentioning about Singapore, right? We most likely we will also be moving toward that. Already major, for example, all 5-star hotels, major industries, big posh apartment, gated communities have gone in for reuse.
Mm-hmm.
So the future is going to very much depend on how much we are going to reuse.
Mm-hmm. And would you have any idea how much non-revenue water, unaccounted for water in Chennai?
Of course, that is a big area of concern, which will be relatively higher, right? In fact, still we have not started water pricing efficiently. Right? Only a few months back, they have started installing meters for the big consumers. Eventually, by the end of next year, all the domestic consumers also will be metered and charged for water.
So there is a plan for water pricing? And
yeah, water pricing, yes. But it is a big question mark because here politics play a major role because everybody wants to supply water free of cost to the people. The political will is necessary for water pricing, but it has already commenced.
Okay. And what is your realistic prediction for the future?
Realistic prediction is in another 20, 25 years, I feel we will be comfortable in terms of sustainably managing the groundwater.
So you are reasonably cautious. What I would say is cautiously optimistic.
Absolutely.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
And now I hand over to our organizers.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Zinke, please take over.
Sorry about the confusion earlier on. Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to our second session for today, which will be chaired by Professor Dams from Kanshin Medical University in Taiwan, together with Prof. Shili, Professor of Hydrology.
Sorry, Julie. Small confused, but still the first session is not finished yet. Still, 3 more speakers are there. Still, the Prof. Ilongo and Biswas as the chair of this session. Very sorry for this.
Okay. So should I hand over back to Professor Ilongo?
And the Biswas, Prof. Assist. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a great pleasure in welcoming Professor Biswas, University of Glasgow, to make his presentation. And He is a very well-known academician, but also a academician turned into advisor who has been advising several countries on the sustainable management of our water resources. With this brief introduction, I leave the floor with the Professor Biswas.
Thank you very much. And what I would like to do is to share with you how a city in a developing country within the last 25 years has managed its domestic water supply in a remarkable way, so that many of our countries, many of the cities of developing countries can learn from them. What is happening as I look in the global perspective? When I go to any developing country, and I've been advising more than 15 of them at present, they all want to know how countries like Singapore have managed to manage their water well. But what they don't know, and they are very keen to visit Singapore. For example, every year, several delegations from the state governments of India come to Singapore ostensibly to see how Singapore is managing its water resources. What in reality happens is the minister and the top people come, they spend half a day looking at Singapore's water management and listen to some presentation, visit one or two sites, and then for the next few days with their family, they actually go shopping instead of looking at what's happening. And when I talk to the chief ministers and the water ministers of the different provinces, and I tell them, why are you going to Singapore? Because there's no way you can compete with Singapore, because people do not realize it. The political system in Singapore is very different to anywhere in the world. Singapore is the only country where its ministers are headhunted, where its MPs are headhunted. So it's not like any other country, you join the party and then you slowly go up. In Singapore, all the MPs are headhunted. They are the People's Party, which has been in power for over 50 years and still holding on to power in a very significant way. They have their own scouts, and they find people in their mid-40s to late 40s from the public sector, private sector, academia, any best people available, and they then encourage them to come. And they get all the ministers and the MPs in Singapore get their salaries linked to the private index to private sector. For example, the junior most minister in Singapore gets 1.1 million Singapore dollar a year, in contrast to, say, someone like US president who gets about $400,000 a year. So Singapore basically is very different context, and you cannot duplicate that in countries like India. When I tell them, why don't you go to places like Phnom Penh, most people's reaction is Phnom Penh. First, they don't know where Phnom Penh is, which happens to be the capital city of Cambodia. And what people do not know is how now Phnom Penh, which in 1993, when the country was in a mess because of civil war and all types of problems, very few people in Phnom Penh, city of Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, had access to water. 73% of water in Phnom Penh in 1993 was lost. And very few people actually had water supply. And then for some reason, the Prime Minister appointed a man called Ekson Chan as the head of the Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority. He's a mechanical engineer, knew nothing about water utility, but a remarkably intelligent man. And the first year he spent learning about how the world is solving its water problem, urban utilities, and looking at Phnom Penh's water supply. And he came to the conclusion that Phnom Penh does not have a water problem, but Phnom Penh has a water management problem. And so he started looking at how do we have a self-sufficient water utility, because the mandate he was given is there will be no subsidy from the Phnom Penh water supply, city of Phnom Penh. There will be no subsidy from the provincial government or from the central government. They have to manage their own. So he started from square one, knowing how to manage that. And he looked at the various successful case studies, including many places in Australia primarily. And he came to the conclusion that Phnom Penh's water problem, first, he has to reduce the losses from the system, which was about 70%, as I said, to reasonably management level. Second, everyone who is having water should have access. Every family should have access to water, and they should pay for water. Third, the rate should be consistent so that Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority is self-sufficient, and also people of Phnom Penh are not deprived of getting clean water. So with the simple philosophy, and he started how to reduce first the biggest problem Phnom Penh faced, and that was corruption. And in 1993, when he started, it was an incredible situation, because even the former Director General, who was getting free water from the Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority, the Director General of the Water Supply Association was selling water free. He was getting free water, and then he was selling that water to his neighbors. And Mr. Exon Chan made a rule that everyone should pay for water, including himself. And all from Prime Minister downwards, everyone should pay for water. And he ran into a major problem, because he found out the biggest user of water in Phnom Penh was the army. And the army never paid for any water. And he went to the army and he said, you have to pay for water. And the army basically said, get lost. And so, but finally, he managed to convince the army and the prime minister that all ministers must pay and the army must pay. And it's an interesting story how he convinced them to do that. And as a result, if you see now, Phnom Penh Water Supply Authorities, its performance is better in many areas. Its performance indicators are better than London. Phnom Penh now loses, Phnom Penh's unaccounted for water, which was 73% in 1993. In 10 years after Exon Chan took over, it had come down to about 15%, and currently it went down to about 6%. Currently, it's about 7 to 8% of water that is lost. They don't know how, unaccounted for water. Everyone in Phnom Penh pays for water, from rich to the poor. The poor, he has a very simple plan. Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority has a very simple plan. People who is using water, which is more than 7.5 cubic meter per water, they have a special, they get a special rate. Other than that, everyone who uses more than 7.5 must pay full price of water. And it is interesting to see that from about 2000 onwards, Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority income steadily went up, and the number of people who have access to water, household, that's increased very, very significantly. And as a result, PPWSA now is one of the few countries, a few cities in the world where people get clean water to drink. If you go to PPWSA's headquarters, nobody has a bottled water. Everybody drinks from the tap. And I also looked at how they're managing their water supply and the quality. And believe me, the water quality is very good to drink. When I go to Phnom Penh, and I visit there quite often as their advisor, I never drink from bottled water. I drink from the tap. So this is one example where a third world utility has completely changed its management. Its losses have been reduced, and everyone pays for water. And in 1996, in 2006, when I received the Stockholm Water Prize, the Prime Minister of Cambodia invited me to come and take a look at Phnom Penh. And when I heard that even the poorest slum are getting clean water, I wanted to visit the slum. And I went to the worst slum in Phnom Penh, which is next to a cemetery. And I chose one of the household, which is rather poor. The lady's husband died. She had 5 children. And I went to her one-room place, and I asked her, can you pay for water? Because she was paying low rate because her consumption was 7.5 cubic meters per month. And she looked at me straight in the eye and she told me, sir, you look like an intelligent person. Why are you asking me such a stupid question? I've never heard someone tell me that. And I said, no, it's not a stupid question, but I'm asking you, can you afford to pay what you're paying? She said, look what was the situation before. Before, I did not have clean water supply. I used to go to a private operator, and that operator had a well nearby, and with a tube he would connect. The quality of water was poor. My children were getting sick very regularly, and her only income was to make sweets and sell it to the public on the footpath. And she said, if I can't sell my sweets, I have no income. And when she was getting from the private sector, she was paying an enormous amount of money and to get the poor quality water. And she said, compared to what I was paying before, I'm paying Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority for clean water for about 20% of what I paid the private sector operator. My children are no longer sick, so I can sell my sweets without difficulty. My income has gone up. So, sir, your question is not very, very intelligent, because I'm very happy to pay and I will continue to pay. And what was most interesting is when I asked her, do you know who is the Prime Minister of Cambodia? She had no clue who was the Prime Minister of Cambodia. I asked her, do you know the head of the Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority? And she said, sir, Exxon Chan is a wonderful man. He's the only man who has done something for us. So in the worst slum of Cambodia, they knew who was Exxon Chan, the Director General, and what he had done for them. And this, to me, is a good example when countries like India and the other countries say that people cannot pay for water. The answer is completely the reverse. Yes, people can pay for water, but you must have an efficient system. The losses, non-accountable losses in Phnom Penh now, at present, is about 7% unaccounted for water. It has consistently made profit, which has plowed back from about 1998 or 1999. Its profit has steadily gone up until about 2018, when the Prime Minister put a cap on the price they could charge. And that has created a problem because their income has gone down. Net income has coming down, but that is all for political reasons. And what is interesting is now Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority has one of the best water supply available in any of the developing countries. 99% of the people get clean water. 99% of people in Phnom Penh get clean water, and its area has been steadily being increased because the water supply authority is so good. More and more area are being given to the Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority to take care of. So it's a remarkable case of how a city from a developing country, and in 1993, when Exxon Chan took over, very few people had access to very few people had access to water. Now, almost more than 100%, or nearly 100% of the people have access to water, which is not only clean, but also regular. They get 24-hour water supply without any difficulty. So when people want to come to Singapore, and from when I come to India and I talk to some of the chief ministers, they said, can you arrange for us to visit Singapore? And I tell them, no, don't come to Singapore. Go to Phnom Penh and see how Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority has done that. Surprisingly, as of now, I have not managed one of the ministers from the Indian states or some of the people to come to Phnom Penh to see it. They all want to come to Singapore, primarily because it's a wonderful place to do shopping and for the ministers to have a good time. They don't want to go to Phnom Penh. So the message I want to leave with you is providing clean water to people is not a rocket science. We know what is to be done. But politically, it has become very difficult to do that. And unless countries like India look into the possibilities of following the Phnom Penh example, I don't think we are going to see too much advances in the near future. Phnom Penh is a wonderful case study to look at, and we have just completed a book called Phnom Penh Water Story, which looks into the situation from 1993 to now and how things have changed. And it shows how one of the least developed countries and cities of the world has a 24-hour clean water supply, which people from poor to rich can afford and pay for. And it's a wonderful example. And yet, in the world, we don't hear much about Phnom Penh. We hear a lot about Singapore and a lot of other countries which have done remarkable jobs. But it's time for us to go places like Phnom Penh and learn from the Phnom Penh experience. With that, I'll stop.
Professor Ilango?
I'm not sure if Professor Lango is still online, but perhaps in the meantime, we can ask Professor Cecilia to get ready for her presentation. And may I request the co-chair, Professor Biswas, to please assist and introduce our next speaker, which is Professor Cecilia. Thank you.
Doctor, it is difficult for me to, in a way, to introduce Cecilia, primarily because she is my wife. But she's a remarkable lady, and that's why I married her. Her work has been exceedingly good, both her work in Mexico and the rest of the world. Currently, she's a professor at the University of Glasgow. And so, Cecilia, over to you. Cecilia?
Simiso and Sakile, can we get some guidance if Professor Cecilia is available?
Just let me just check. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Yes, she's there. She's going to take over.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Prof, she's there as who on the attendance list?
Hmm? She seems to be having some problem with.
Okay. Next speaker. Professor Assist, if you don't mind, is we can check with Professor Hans if he is available. We can call Prof. Hans as the next speaker. In meantime, Prof. Cecilia, he can get ready.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
She's having problem with her computer.
Okay.
Oh, okay, no problem. Please, you can invite Professor Hans Dams from Taiwan, please.
Yes. Professor Hans, are you ready? Professor Hans?
Can we also get an indication from our two hosts, please, if Prof. Hans is on the platform currently, and maybe just add him onto this discussion.
Yes, I think Cecilia can use my computer.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
Hello?
Yes, hello, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm very sorry. My computer is not working. So I will be speaking even though it says it's Professor Biswas, but then I can start now. All right, share screen. Right, can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Let me see. So my presentation today is on artificial intelligence in global water resources. I'm sorry, first of all, I would like to thank all of you, Professor Lee, for the invitation. And again, my presentation is on artificial intelligence in global water resources. When we talk about, there is a lot of expectations on the world about artificial intelligence. So let's first start by defining what is artificial intelligence. And this refers, according to the Department of Defense of US, but also other sources, to the ability of machines to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. Several examples include recognizing patterns, learning from experience, drawing conclusions, making predictions, or taking actions, although I would argue it is helping to take actions. And this is whether digitally or as a smart software behind autonomous physical systems. Now, one of our metrics in the world, because we're talking about global waters, one of our metrics to know what objective we are pursuing and the different tools that we can use in order to achieve that objective is the Millennium Development Goals. The Millennium Development Goals first, and now the Sustainable Development Goals, that explain that the aim at ensuring availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. All means billions of people by 2030, which means population by 2030. So the plans were that by 2030, every person in the world will have access to clean water and sanitation. And there have been enormous delays now because of COVID-19, because as it has been discussed before during the meeting, the funding, political attention, policy attention is on health and trying to provide income for people who have lost their jobs. So that means that the billions of people, the world was, the countries, the governments, were hoping to provide clean water too, and also safely manage sanitation, will not happen. That is what is happening. The goal will be delayed. So how can artificial intelligence help? And this will very much depend on the part of the world we are in. Artificial intelligence in the developing world is still very much an aspiration. In the developed world, the different countries at different stages of development, they don't have the same type of advancing technology on financing, on research. And if we talk also about context, we see that the conditions of the waters we are aiming at studying with artificial intelligence, they vary in terms of quantity and quality. In the world, these are statistics these are country statistics, of course, but it's a snapshot by United Nations Developing Program, United Nations Environment Program. What they indicate is that there are parts in the world, as we know, where water is highly polluted. This is according to fecal coliforms, but we don't know what are the concentrations that are being used. But according to this, part of the world includes low pollution. I am from Mexico. I don't think these statistics this snapshot is accurate, because we know that in most parts of the world, we have India, certain parts of Africa, certain parts of Asia, treatment of wastewater is not at the level that it should be. So that means that this snapshot shows the most positive view. But the situation in the world is that most of the water sources in the world, in the developing world, is affected by severe pollution. So we have a water scarcity and we have water deterioration. Again, how can artificial intelligence, of which so much has been said in the world, how can it help us? Let's go back to context. We live in different geographies. We have different rainfall, we have different temperatures, and we have different type of management. So within these very different situations, which are different rainfall, different research backgrounds or research opportunities, where water is already very much polluted and is scarce in other places. Let me go back to my previous question, which is how can artificial intelligence help? The reason why I continue emphasizing this is because artificial intelligence has been oversold as a solution, that which is not such. In any technology, as artificial intelligence in this case, requires of a platform of planning, management, preparedness, investment, governance, where you can add the technology. A technology by itself, and much less this advanced by itself, will not provide any solution. So that is the first reflection we should keep in mind. In the world, artificial intelligence, it is sold or it is discussed as it is the solution, except you cannot This is not the solution to a problem because there is no problem directly related with artificial intelligence. The problem is more at the level of management and governance, investment, lack of development. So, but the current applications of artificial development in the water sector, they are very much by water utilities and only a certain number of water utilities, not even all the utilities in US, for example, or cities in Europe, even Singapore or China are at the same level. All of them are implementing it at different levels. So we have the current applications of artificial intelligence in the water sector. This is for a study where I participated, that it is the applications are in terms of forecasting water demand and consumption, tracking water quality, analyze wastewater treatment plant data and provide predictive recommendations. Also predictive is the information that can be provided for maintenance of the water infrastructure, monitoring health and environmental impacts of water reservoirs and dams, monitoring and predicting water-related disasters, which are much more times natural events rather than natural disasters. So artificial intelligence so far is acting as a tool to recognize patterns, learn from experience, drawing conclusions, making predictions, or helping to take action by few utilities that are already efficient. And we're going, I have taken the example of Singapore, not only in the water sector, but overall, how Singapore is using artificial intelligence. But before I go into my case study, the benefits for the water utilities is that they maximize information and data available for better decision making. This means that we should have data available and information to start with. And we know that data collection is very complex and data reliability is also very complex. Policy considerations are ethics and governance, are regulations, are policies at every level, which is, for example, some of them technical, where ministries and water associations we should update national and water codes of practice and guide water utilities in the digital transformation. Financial policies, which is address short-term capex requirements to finance small water utilities with new financing instruments. So we talk in the world about these smart utilities or smart cities, but many of our cities are still at a certain level of development, and they will not be able to take advantage of the full benefits of artificial intelligence because the previous investment has not been made yet. China, for example, an excellent example, artificial intelligence has become a new engine of economic development. It has brought new opportunities for so-called social construction. We have to remember all this includes certain names, but there is a lot of economic, policy, governance background behind it. Even then, the certain policy analysis by different government institutions of China, they explain that there are very important gaps that need to be addressed. This is in terms of basic theory, core algorithms, key equipment, high-end chips, major product systems, components, software interface. China also recognizes that scientific research institutions and enterprises have not yet formed the type of chain environment linkages that are needed with the industries and that are needed in order to establish a whole system that is efficient and sustainable in the long term. Talent is also necessary, needs to be built. It doesn't exist. The fact that so many of the young people know how to use software doesn't mean that there is not this gap with the quality of with the amount of information that is data that is being collected and information and that can be used for decision making. Infrastructure, policies and regulations and the standard system adapted to the development of artificial intelligence need to be improved. I like very much this analysis by China's new generation of artificial intelligence development plan because it acknowledges the limitations. And as long as once the limitations are acknowledged, then it is possible to address them. So in the case of Singapore, Singapore has launched the overall policy of national artificial intelligence strategy. And it includes water. It's not the only one, but it includes water. And it includes all aspects, which is freight. This is important because Singapore has one of the most important ports in the world. The municipal services where water is part of, disease prediction, education, border clearance. And it is based on these ecosystems enablers that China has identified and that Singapore also identifies are divided in several groups. Partnerships, so you need to have partnerships between the research community and the industry and the government. You cannot make it without any of the parts. You need the data architecture, the talent China was referring to, progressive and trusted environment in terms of regulations and international collaboration. So what Singapore has done in the case of artificial intelligence is that this is a national program that brings together all the researchers and companies, which is what we mentioned before, right? Researchers, companies, and government, to provide what can be considered as innovative solutions. This includes, but what do you need in order to do this? You need to build the research capabilities to invent the next generation of techniques and algorithms. You need to to understand how this can contribute as a country, how this can contribute to tackle your social and economic constraints. And it's very important, it has to be linked to the industry. How can the industry adopt it? In the case of clean water and sanitation, that are our metrics to see how we can provide clean water to the world. We are thinking, our parameters are that we have to improve access to safe drinking water and sanitation, improve water monitoring and quality, conservation and reuse, reduce water impacts from energy production, and improve resilience, social, economical, and environmental, to impacts of climate change. And artificial intelligence is this tool that helps to improve decision-making. Let's remember, it's not a solution by itself, because the architecture still needs to be built. Even for places that are so advanced, like in the case of Singapore, China, that has been gaining so much knowledge and experience, it needs to be built. So artificial intelligence in global water resources still needs to be built. It is at the level of, for certain water utilities that are already efficient, it is at the level of providing information that is collected by sensors. And we know that batteries in many cases still represent a problem. So the basics, that is the usefulness of the sensors. China, Singapore, certain cities in China, Singapore, certain cities in United States, they have set a system where the sensors and the data that is collected represent only one small part. The rest is the complete architecture, as we mentioned, which is research, institutional, industry, government. And only at that time we will be able to talk about the artificial intelligence in global water resources. So artificial intelligence has been oversold. It is a potential, but we are still at the level of building it, which is very useful. It's very useful that we recognize it is at the level to build it, because this is where we can identify the constraints as China has done it. And so this is my presentation. I don't want to go beyond my time, but I will certainly welcome not only any question, but any reflection on this. Thank you very much. I don't know if Professor Elango would like to make any questions, given or any made any comment, given that I'm using Professor Biswas, he is unable to moderate my presentation. Or Professor Betty or Dr. Lee, if there is any question or any comment.
Prof. Cecilia, thank you so much for your excellent presentations. And also it's nice to meeting through this conference. But I'm not sure what happened to Professor Ilango. I don't know. I think maybe a technical problem. I'm not sure. I would like to ask any of our colleagues if they have any questions, please raise the hand or send the message through the chatting. Then we will ask the questions. I think Professor Lee also is there in the panel.
Yes, very nice to see both of you.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. I think the Professor Biswas is. I think I can understand the technical problem for your computer.
Yes, I'm very sorry. I don't know what happened. Fortunately, I had access to his computer, but that means he cannot be here.
Oh, okay. Actually, one of our colleagues raised the issues, the questions. How aluminum will help mineral characterization reserve estimation?
Can you repeat it again, please?
How artificial intelligence will help mineral characterization or reserve estimation?
I am afraid I'm not able to answer that question because I don't work on the mineral part.
Oh.
But the artificial intelligence will be able to help in every field once the countries are able to construct a platform where they not only can get data and then transform it in information and can be used for policy issues. But there is a question that how artificial intelligence can contribute to water quality management experience. Thank you for that question. In the case of Singapore, for example, and that's the example with the case with which I am more familiar, what PUB has done, the National Water Agency that is extraordinarily efficient, they have more sensors. They have established sensors in every drain and every sewage pipe. So they know the quality of the water, of clean water, and they know the quality of the wastewater that is being discharged. And in Singapore, there is no polluters principle. So the companies, the pay polluters principle, companies cannot discharge within the outside of the norm. Companies have to discharge within the norms, and it is the sensors that are part of this artificial intelligence network, the ones that help the water utility, the National Water Agency, to understand how the companies are discharging. So the water quality for clean water and wastewater is very closely monitored precisely because of artificial intelligence. But let's remember, this is the sensor that has to be connected to an information system and to a person that is skilled enough to understand the data that is receiving and then transform it on the management decision. So they are helpful because they are detecting the quality. And then we need the rest of the quality of the water and wastewater. And then it is very useful because it is already within a system where it has been identified what is the quality of the water, clean water you want, and the water of the quality of the wastewater you need. And also in the case of Singapore, because this is used It is reclaimed and it is used for non-potable uses directly for industrial sector and for the domestic sector non-directly. So the water or the wastewater has to be very important. Another question that if it can be integrated with GIS, yes, I think so. Because at the end, what you are integrating, what you want is an entire system that is very efficient, making use of every tool. And that's why you can support it to with GIS and also with artificial intelligence.
Hello. Please unmute Simiso, rest of the speakers.
Hello. If you have a question, colleague, can you just raise your hand and we will be able to give you an opportunity to ask a question. If you're not currently presenting or asking a question, may we kindly request everyone to mute their microphones as well as their video unless they're presenting. Thank you.
So I'm not
Am
sure.
I audible now?
If there is another question, sorry.
Jenny?
Yes, Prof.
Yeah. There is a question: how will artificial intelligence will help mineral characterization or reserve estimation? Is a question by a participant. What is your response, Professor?
Yes, Professor Elango, very nice to meet you. I'm afraid I cannot answer to that question because I don't work on it's more on water. I'm sorry for that.
Another delegate wants how artificial intelligence can be used in water quality management.
Yes, thank you. I was explaining that this is because it can detect the quality of the water through sensors, but it still needs a system where the data goes and it is interpreted and used for policy and management decisions.
I think that is it. Thank you very much for the nice lecture, Cecilia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to call the...
Professor Elango,
yes.
Just maybe before you call on our next speaker, I see we've got a number of hands raised.
Okay, please go ahead. I didn't see the questions in the chat window.
Okay. Akieke, have you addressed your question? If you have not, please proceed. And Akieke will be followed by Dr. Perumal. Thank you.
I had asked all the questions that were appearing in the chat window.
There seems to be one more question, Professor Elango, that is how artificial intelligence is different from predictive modeling. Artificial intelligence can be used for predictive modeling because you will have the data to do the predictive modeling, without which you cannot do it.
I think
the question on artificial recharge, I think it refers to a different topic.
Yes, right. That's right. Yeah, I think there is also one more question. That is a different topic. Artificial recharge is a different topic.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for the response to the questions. I think we can, thank you so much. We can move on to the next presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I am happy to call upon the next presenter to come over and make the presentation, please. I am happy to invite Professor Hans Dams to make his presentation, a continuation of his previous talk, please. Professor Dams. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Prof.
Yes, please. Yes, good. You are also audible. You can share your presentation, please.
Hi. Yeah, the UniZulu network went off.
We found the problem. Now you hear me, right? I guess you hear me? Okay, so I want to talk about physical chemical surveys,
Yes,
which are
Prof, we can
important.
hear you.
Sorry for these problems from our side here. So, yeah. So now we have the PowerPoint and you can hear me, right? So talking about hydrothermal vents, these are extreme environments together with other volcanoes, maybe terrestrial volcanoes, of course, the polar regions, ice generally, winter conditions, and for instance, salt, highly saline, allosaline environments. And I want to give you an example about a shallow hydrothermal vent we have in Taiwan, Guaishantao, Turtle Island. You see the island here. It's very close to the coast and situated in the northeast of Taiwan here along the Pacific Ring of Fire, so a volcanically active tectonic area. And we do research here in order to understand extreme situation for life coming from chemistry and physics, particularly in a better way. You see here our research vessel going by rubber boat, usually to different vent sites. There are 53 around this island of Guaishantao. Particular experiments are run at the site A. This is a white water, white vent emitting particular carbon dioxide, but also hydrogen sulfide and many other toxic gases. You see here the gas bubbling up to the surface, and maybe video would work, but not in this presentation I have available for you, maybe at another time. And these hydrothermal vents can give us some insight into the early evolutionary situation of the development of life on Earth. So something we call cell evolution and the evolution of protocells, particularly, as you can see here, which are adapted to a situation which are very similar to what we see now in volcanically active sites in the deep sea, but also in shallow waters. So we use this hydrothermal vents as natural laboratories where we can study natural pollution, something like volcanic activity or also sediments, which are emitted to coastal waters from rivers, for instance, and also anthropogenic pollution, so man-made issues which are adding chemicals and also physical effects to the atmosphere, such as carbon dioxide is a major cause for the greenhouse situation of global climate change, but also leading to acidification of the main acidifier of ocean waters, surface waters, in particular coastal waters, and also fresh waters. I showed this slide in the morning already. We also have problems with safety of water and biological contamination through biotoxins and pathogens. and seafood, particularly from ocean sources, as well as from freshwater aquaculture, are providing foodborne food safety issues and problems that we are going to solve, or that we are studying in our Center for Environmental Medical Research at Kaohsiung Medical University, with a particular focus on the water section, of course, as water chemists and water biologists. And we use the hydrothermal vents, as mentioned, as natural laboratories. And particularly, it's very complicated and differentiated chemistry, the emission of chemicals and water dissolved compounds, which are affecting this system, which is by and large, you can call toxic to most life forms. That's why we have just microbes and very few metazoan animals around that area. So were particularly concerned with certain chemical issues of seawater, for instance, of the metal compounds, not only heavy metal, but many different trace metals, for instance, magnesium and lithium, cadmium, barium, tellur, lead, iron, copper, arsen, which are fluctuating in between years, even just recent years from 2009 to 2017, for instance, this study showing with different colors a substantial fluctuation between years, so interannual variability, which was unexpected actually before we did this study. And there are also effects, quite recent effects, for instance, earthquake activities, which were causing landslides and the blocking of certain vent areas in Huaishantao, that we have very weak venting activity left in such areas, but others compensate for those weak venting activity. All these physical, chemical effects or occasions and their variability cause effects in turn on the biota, on the living organism, as you can imagine, and give us some indication of what could happen in the biological reaction to these chemical changes. Similarly, magnesium-calcium, strontium-calcium ratios worldwide are not as stable as expected. You see here kind of global worldwide study of us in this respect published last year in PNAS. And we have similar issues at just the hydrothermal vent side, where calcification, for instance, and dissolution of calcium carbonate are affected by hydrothermal vent impacts, coastal processes, but also upwellings and river discharge, for instance. The story is a little more complicated than I have time to explain, but you see substantial variability, which was unexpected before we did the study. The same holds for other issues of ocean seawater compared to hydrothermal vents, for instance, the calcium-magnesium ratio and strontium thallium ratio is very substantial, and again ruled by very different physical phenomena. This has also effect on gene functions, for instance, molecular gene functions of fungi that we isolated from hydrothermal vents and studied their biological processes here in blue, their cellular component functions, and the molecular function here in red, the cellular components in green. So there are many different, I'm not going into detail, but you see there is a differential reaction of fungi to environmental processes to be expected. And that was also studied at different temperature and different pH. I hope I'm clearly understood over there, otherwise tell me. So I will continue and say that shallow hydrothermal vents allow us to use them as natural laboratories, also for some prospections to towards the future ocean, the global change scenarios, which can be observed, but also experimentally approached and approached by modeling. So there are many similarities like high elevated temperature, actually acidified pH, leaching of trace elements, and combustion gas availabilities, turbidity increase, and gases like, which are also greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, particular sulfur oxides and nitrogen oxides, that we study in order to understand the future ocean in a global change scenario in better ways. We're particularly interested in trace metals and their binding, so microorganisms such as bacteria, these two, but also to eukaryotic cells like yeast, here in this kind of example. And we find differences, particularly if we change pH and temperature and look at these changes, which are global parameters for global change indication. And we also increasingly use nanotechnology to bind trace metals such as cadmium. In the first place for better analysis by differentiated ICP-MS, but also as a second thought and approach for bioremediation of waters in general. So our sewage waters in Taiwan are another target we are focusing on with the help of knowledge gained from hydrothermal vent chemistry. Yeah, here we use the functionalization of amyloid graphite plates with polyethylenamine for the absorption of chromium-6, highly toxic chromium isotope. And I will give you some other insights in research from hydrothermal vents, for instance, using chem computation or in silico approaches for plasticizers such as phthalates and also bisphenols, which are increasingly available as macro or crop sources of macro, but also micro and nanoplastics all over the world in water bodies, not only in the ocean, also in freshwaters, as you know. And we, as an example, I give you the plasticizer DPP that is used for softening plastics, but has several effects. And we study mutagenicity, for instance, heart cardiovascular effects, estrogen effects, androgen effects as endocrine disrupting chemicals, but also skin sensitization, and DPP as a carcinogen for carcinogenicity prediction. So different softwares are involved in this in silico approach. But as a starting point, we use so-called unified molecular description, so-called SMILE. So the DPP is given as a SMILE as the input to different software, which then provides predictions on possible health effects, as I mentioned previously. Yeah, so here, for instance, you see the SMILEs of DBP, but DEHP as well. And they are providing, for instance, information on mutagenicity. So you see the cis plasticizer of 87 plasticizers we were analyzing actually is mutagenic, yeah, whereas others are non-mutagenic. Here you see encircled the mutagenic plasticizers using LADA as a kind of search tool. And here you have carcinogenic substances, only one for BPADE, predicted by CarcinoPredL. So such in silico studies can provide reliable, certainly fast, but also reasonable economic alternatives to animal models and also cellular models in the laboratory for experimental testing. And we should consider these as suitable or additional tools, at least to experimental verification in addition to this for toxicity testing. Another example are harmful algal blooms that occur also above hydrothermal vents, which we studied and consider different biotoxins, particularly from cyanobacteria, which have positive effects, like can be used as antibiotics, antibacterial, antiviral, can be used as food additives for the enhancement of color, being antibacterial, and providing certain probiotic materials as well. The negative effects, of course, are that they are toxins, particularly neurotoxins, hepatotoxins, and that they have substantial effects on ecosystem functioning, such as the accumulation, biomagnification, food webs, and the disturbance of ecosystems, not only in the ocean, but also in fresh waters. That's one of our students interested in studying cyanobacterial toxins, also by in silico tools. You see here the most important, not all, but the most important cyanotoxins, and their smiles can provide indication, for instance, on cardiovascular activity, where you can see a kind of blocking activity on a critical protein in the heart musculature, so-called H-ERK protein, in certain toxins which are indicated here. Other predictions provide, for instance, active, moderate, but also inactivity for certain cyanotoxins in certain respects. And I will give you another kind of example, the last example for our research on infectious diseases with hydrothermal vents. The idea was that pathogenic bacteria find a refuge at these places which are warm and which have other physiological characteristics of the human body, where they commonly as pathogens reside. And we indeed found several of these most important 8 pathogenic bacteria at the hydrothermal vent site. But we were interested in something else we call antibiotic resistance, which is on the rise in recent years and causing something like multiple resistance even, and are of increasing public health concern. At the same time are the development of antibiotics on the fall. So there are decreasing numbers of antibiotics available worldwide on the market. And this causes the so-called antibiotic resistance phenomenon and problem worldwide. So we are screening for antibiotic resistance in different environments, but also at hydrothermal vents. Here you see some of our isolates from actinobacteria. And you see, particularly best on the right side, like resistance here in these 2 strains against several antibiotics we were testing with Vibrio, the cholera-causing bacterium, where some strains are in fact from hydrothermal vents still sensitive, where you have a kind of larger halo or ROS inhibition zone. We use different kind of bioassays here, the ELISA tray resotsurine assay, and we use different bacteria, bacterial isolates from the hydrothermal vents, as shown here and investigated by my PhD student, Rebati Gurunathan. All this can provide a sustainable way of gaining knowledge for a better management of different environments, different habitats of organisms such as hydrothermal vents. With that also, it leads to a better possibility of conservation of such extreme environments, extremely rare environments in shallow waters, at least worldwide, which provide something like natural value for countries like Taiwan. And with the development of new technologies, for instance, in nanotechnology, in the nanotechnological detection of trace metals, environmental protection can be enhanced and patents can be developed, which are of economic use, of course, and social aspects of this research is also important because it increases the quality of life. It has educational aspect and develops communities, equal opportunities, and is important for law and ethics. So we have a way of sustainable research and development, and here in the perspective of future ocean governance. Yeah, with this, I thank you for your attention, and my lab and my family for their kind of endurance with me. Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe we have time for questions, not sure.
Thank you for the nice presentation. Any questions, please? There are no questions. Let me ask one question. Have you tried to compare these signatures with any stable isotopes?
Actually, stable isotopes were part of the analysis.
Okay.
You mean using stable isotopes in order to see some transformation,
Yes.
like ecosystem transformations,
Yes.
such as in food webs?
Correct.
Well, collaborators in our project, which is actually collaborative initiative with more than 20 laboratories, not only in Taiwan, also in Europe, did that, but it's not my own research, right? We use the isotope, naturally occurring isotopes, just as a marker for the presence of certain trace metals in the waters of hydrothermal vents. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. If there is time for a few more questions.
Mm-hmm.
And let me see.
Yes, Prof, we have enough time.
Yeah, enough time. Is there any delegate wish to ask? Or if they have any clarification, they can type in their questions, please. If not, I will ask another question. How does the biological or these microbes indicate the mixing of different types of waters? For example, saline water in the coastal region. Are there any specific microbes which can thrive only in saline waters, so that that can be an indicator?
Well, there are indicator microbes for certain conditions, like also freshening of water, but generally microorganisms are very uriosmotic, so they can, or urihaline, so they can tolerate various changes. So they can even occur in pure fresh water and also in
also in saline water.
Yeah, in higher saline water, like in lagoons or in halophilic habitats. Yeah.
Okay. And can these microbes used to distinguish, for example, industrial sewage from domestic sewage? Is there any
sewage?
Yeah,
you mean remediation, the bioremediation of sewage?
No, I'm asking whether any microbes can be a signature to distinguish whether that particular water is contaminated by industrial effluent or domestic effluent or domestic sewage. Are there any?
That is certainly sure. For instance, the so-called coliform bacteria indicating sewage. You were asking for sewage, right? And that can be
Yes,
domestic,
yes.
but can be also agricultural.
Okay.
So there's a high overlap between human, for instance, and the microbes of, say, mammals, something like cows, pigs, or horses. So that is very difficult to distinguish, but also possible. Yeah, we have a kind of very differentiated approach to the diagnosis of different microbes, and that allows also for their origin, where they are coming from.
Okay. Okay. Let me check again. Is there? Yeah, we got a question from a delegate. Is there any bacteria that lives near hydrothermal vents, which can consume sulfur or carcinogens?
Sulfur.
Yeah.
Not really. They are producers, the so-called sulfur bacteria. They are producers of sulfur. They are chemosynthetic, and they gain their energy from oxygenating hydrogen sulfide, H2S, which is highly cell toxic and a problem in such waters, to sulfur and water. They gain their energy by doing that as chemosynthetic sulfur bacteria. You mean carcinogens? Yeah, we are working actually on the decomposition of antibiotics and different problematic chemical compounds by bacteria right now in my lab. We particularly focus on sulfonamide antibiotics. So we are working on the degradation of this sulfonamides by bacteria, and looking also at the protein level, which enzymes are doing that, and which genes are responsible for it, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, thank you so much. One more question has come. Do microbes have significant role in carbon sequestration in oceans? It's a question by a delegate.
The carbon sequestration, yeah. This is particularly possible by photosynthetic organisms. In the ocean, these are usually very small algae, microalgae, but also cyanobacteria or other photosynthetic bacteria, right? So they are other than cyanobacteria, but they are most important in ocean and freshwater habitats as photosynthetic prokaryotic microorganisms. Otherwise, of course, the plants would do the job, carbon sequestration, right? Some chemosynthetic bacteria also use the carbon as an energy source, in particular as a nutrient source. So all organisms need carbon, of course, to build up their biomass, and that holds also for microorganisms generally. But photosynthetic organisms gain their energy, of course, by building up sugars, by combining carbon dioxide with water through the energy from the sun, right? The light energy.
Okay. Okay, then. Thank you so much for the nice lecture and for your responses to the questions. And once again, thank you for the excellent presentation.
Welcome.
Now I request my colleague, maybe Professor Biswas, to sum up this session. We have got another 2-3 minutes to close the session, please.
Dr. Ilango, I think we had a wide-ranging discussion.
Excellent discussions.
Yes, on various issues. And Dr. Hans, you raised a very comprehensive lecture. I thought it was a very comprehensive lecture, starting from beginning to end. I'm not an expert in this area, but I did learn a lot from your lecture, and I also learned a few things which I didn't know before. Thank you very much. I appreciate, personally, I appreciate it very much, because normally one good thing of this seminar so far is bringing in people from completely different disciplines so that we can learn from each other. And that I thought, Dr. Hans, normally I don't go to your type of lectures, so it has been a learning experience for me. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Thank you. And I hand it over to Dr. Ilango.
Thank you, Professor Biswas. I thank all the speakers of this session. As rightly said by Professor Biswas, we heard completely divergent lectures, but related to environment.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I join with Professor Biswas in thanking all the presenters of this session. We also thank the chairs of this conference, Professor Yermalai and Professor Lee, for having given us this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Professor Ilango, Professor Biswas, Professor
Thank
Cecilia.
you. Yeah, I forgot. We also
Professor...
thank you. We thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And Professor Dams, for the presentations, I think initially there was a bit of confusion and some technical challenges, but as you know, with technology, it has a life of its own. But we are working very hard to try and resolve the issues at hand, and we are ready to proceed with the next session, which is integrated water resources management. And again, the session is scheduled to start at 12:30 and finish at 12:55. The session will be chaired by Prof. Dams, who's just been on the previous session, together with Prof. Shili. And Professor Shili is the Professor of Hydrology in the College of Natural Resources and Environment at the Northwest and for Agriculture and Forestry University in China. And Professor Dams is a professor at Kaohsiung Medical University in Taiwan. Colleagues, I'm not sure if I'm still connected.
Yes, you're still connected.
Okay, so you can still hear me. Perhaps maybe just before we bring in Professor Dams and Prof. Shili, if I can just request the two chairs to just remain in the session up until the session is done, and we will request them to introduce the different speakers under the theme of integrated water resources. And also again, as Prof. Ilango and Biswas have done, to also be responsible for the questions that are going to be asked by our delegates using the chat function or by using the hand function. They'll raise their hand and we will take questions. We do encourage participants to use the chat function to ask their questions. I think it's easier also for the chairs to look at the questions, and also maybe if the questions that are similar, then to join those questions and then ask them as one question. Without wasting any further time, I'd like to call upon Professor Dams and Prof. Shili to please take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe Professor Lee give a start.
You see my
So
screen?
I invite Professor Lee to give his contribution on response of soil water balance to land use change and the loss deposits, of course, based on tracer and modeling methods.
Okay, thank you. It's my great pleasure to share some of my research results with everyone in this seminar. My research focuses on the impacts of environmental change on hydrology. So as we know, in recent decades, environmental change, including climate change and human activities, have accelerated the water cycle. So under such background, if we can know the exact amount of different components in water balance, then it would be very helpful for understanding water cycle and managing water resources. So among environmental change, one very important factor is the vegetation. According to the latest research, earth greening is very significant in recent years. For example, in China, the net leaf area growth accounted for about 1/4 of the global total. Among the change, forest and cropland, the increase has the greatest contribution. So with such kind of forest change, it might have great impacts on hydrology. For example, according to a global scale analysis about the relationship between forest and runoff, is either deforestation or afforestation. They have great impacts on runoff, but the relationship is greatly dependent on the potential groundwater storage. And this effect is especially significant in dry climates. But the changes in groundwater storage are usually ignored in our hydrology research. For my study area, the Lurs Plateau is a very famous region for its severe soil erosion and fragile eco-environment. So to control the soil loss in the past 50 years, the government has implemented the mega program, means Green for Green program. So with this program, the vegetation has been sustainably changed. According to the satellite observation, the surface greening is very significant across the whole region, and especially the trend is very significant after 2000. So with such within such short period and in such big area, the surface greening will bring some uncertainties in the sustainability of the environment. So large amount of research have investigated the vegetation impacts on surface runoff and soil water. But actually for this region, a very important component of hydrology is the subsurface water, because this region has a layers deep, very deep, up to 350 meters. So the water table or the width zone is huge. Then it stores a large amount of soil water or groundwater, and they actually dominate the water scale hydrological process. So it's very important to understand the following question. So how land use change affects the subsurface water, especially the soil water balance? In this region, the land use change, it has a very dominant form. Conversion is from the cropland or grassland to forest land. So from shallow rooted plants to deep rooted plants. So how do the soil water balance, especially for each component, has changed, and how the change respond to land use change? So the question 2 is how to decompose or partition soil water balance. So for the soil water balance equation, there are multiple variables, including evaporation, transpiration, runoff, deep drainage, and the soil water change. But for this thick ancestry zone, it's really difficult to measure each component. And also, this is an arid region. It's really difficult through the traditional methods to measure like E or K. So we are gonna use some new methods like isotope method and modeling method. So we conduct a study in a region. It's a name is Changwu. This region is a semi-humid region, and we sampled the soil up to 20 meters deep under different land use. We considering the different type of land use. The shallow-rooted land use is farmland. The deep-rooted plants is apple trees of different ages, about 10 years old, 20 years old, and 30 years old. We also sampled precipitation and soil water. Then we measure the water contents, stable isotope, tritium of different waters. So with the isotope methods, different water bodies contains different isotope because of evaporation. So if we compare the isotope signatures in different water bodies and through some water balance methods, we can calculate the evaporation ratio with this kind of equation. We can also use the tritium method to quantify the deep drainage and shallow-rooted plants. So if rainfall infiltrates in the form of piston flow, it will record the history of precipitation infiltration. As we know, the boom test had gave the highest tritium in 1963. So the peak values over here actually record the distance from that year to here. So with the years and the distance, we can easily to calculate the infiltration rate. Further, as we conduct research in areas with flat surface, so the surface runoff can be ignored. For the changes in soil water storage, we use paired sampling points. We sample soils in both shallow and deep rooted plants. They are very close, and we use the space for time method to calculate the changes in soil water storage. It's very simple. For the blue line is the shallow rooted plants. The other line is the deep rooted plants. So the difference between the two lines is the difference or the changes in soil water storage. So once we get the other variables, P, E, D, that I think we can use the water balance to estimate the residue as transpiration. So further, under deep-rooted plants, we can calculate the drainage through coupling the tritium peak method with the water balance method. So at the same time, we also use some modeling work with Hydros 1D. It's a very effective in simulate the soil water changes or movement with different kind of soil physics equations. So after we get each component of the soil water balance, we can quantify how land use change affect the soil water balance. So after we determine the methods we are gonna use, we can get the results now. We sample as I just mentioned, we sample the soils up to 20 meters. So we determined the soil water isotopes, stable isotopes, tritium, and water contents. So with the stable isotope and the different land use, we can calculate the evaporation ratio with the equation I just mentioned. We also can estimate the infiltration rate through the tritium peak method. So we can get the deep drainage. Through the space for time method, we can calculate the change in soil water storage. So then we can now decompose soil water balance. We can get the value of each component for farmland, for apple trees, about 20 years and about 30 years, we can get the value of different components. Overall, the deep drainage and the evaporation and the deep-rooted plants are decreasing while transpiration is increasing. So it seems that the land use change are significantly changing the balance between evaporation and transpiration. So with that's from the isotope method. Then for the modeling work, we use it needs dynamic or continuous monitoring of soil water contents. So we use those data, calibrate and validate the model. And then finally, we also get some the value of different component, but it's a little bit different from the isotope method because it cannot exactly partition E and T because our data availability. Overall, the results is still apple orchard, the deep-rooted plants will decrease deep drainage, but increase ET. So with the decomposed components of soil water balance, we can quantify the land use change impacts. So overall, from the shallow-rooted plants to the deep-rooted plants, we can find that either evaporation, soil water, and deep drainage, they're decreasing, and the decrease of these values are used for transpiration. So with those results, we can now analyze how land use change affects soil water balance. From our results, we can know that land use change significantly change the soil water components, especially the farmland to apple orchard decrease E, deep drainage soil water, but increase transpiration. Even under deep-rooted plants, the deep drainage is terminated with increasing tree ages. So we connect the soil water or the storage with the ages of trees. We find that they are actually negatively correlated with the tree ages. And also for the other components, for either deep drainage or ET, they also have the similar relationship with the ages. So why the ages are so important? Because with increasing ages, the rooty plants are more developed and they can consume more water, especially older water. For example, we use tritium as a tracer to quantify or determine the plant water source. We find that the apple juice has an age of about 30 years. So even we get the apple this year, but it's actually 30-year-old. So why? Because they consume soil water of different ages, and they are actually stored in the history, not the precipitation of this year. So that's a very important reason for the rules. For the two methods, the isotope method and the modeling method, they have different advantage or disadvantage. Especially for the isotope method, it seems that it's more reasonable because it can give you the minor change in the soil water storage, and it can partition E and ET into E and T, but the results are for long-term average. You can give some dynamic results, but it's actually not so accurate, or it has large uncertainties. For the modeling work, it's good for scenario analysis, but it needs a lot of parameters, such as the root system, the leaf area, and also without enough data, it cannot partition E and T, and it needs high resolution dynamic monitoring. But we are thinking to integrate the two methods. With the isotope results, we can inversely estimate the root parameters to improve the performance of modeling. And also, this is a result from one side, but I think our methods can be used or extended to more sites to give some results for the regional scale. Okay, that's the my results for this research aspect. Actually, I have other research interests, including climate change and land use change on both surface soil water and groundwater. If you are interested, we can discuss more in future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Lee. May I open the discussion and ask for any question?
Yes.
So if there right now there's no question as far as I see, I may ask you, since you did not mention really the effect on the groundwater issue, like the percolation of water down to the groundwater table, how is that and how is it between the two extremes of cropland? I guess it's maize, corn, something, and apple yards. Is there any like effect on the groundwater addition of percolating water?
Yes, you mean how land use change affect
the groundwater table, simply the addition or also depletion of the groundwater table, because maybe the roots of the aged apples can reach the groundwater table. I'm not sure about that, but in the last situation, the groundwater is very low, right?
Yes, for this region, the water table is below 30 meter, so it's much deeper than the root system. So the plant cannot use groundwater actually. So that's the reason why they are trying to absorb soil water. So make the soil very dry and terminate the recharge to groundwater. So also that's the reason why for this region in the past decades, the water table is decreasing significantly. Yeah, because because for this region, apple trees, it's a very the climate is very good for apple trees, and also apple trees can bring has very good economic income.
Yeah, but still the question remains, like for the different regimes, how is the addition of water to percolating water to the groundwater table? But you did not measure that really, I guess, right? You did not go for deeper, like wells or measuring the percolating water to the groundwater?
No, we for this presentation, I did not show the data or results of groundwater, but we did measure. We sampled groundwater, and
another issue.
Yeah, we measured the.
Sorry. It's important to know also, particularly in the less kind of landscape of inner China, how vegetation can consolidate the soil erosion, right, by the root system or by the mere coverage, depending on the plants you're using. And that is, I think, also the major issue of the greener kind of movement, which was particularly successful in China compared to other countries, to consolidate the soil, right? The very, very easy to air eroded less soil. And maybe we should simply invest irrigation and water, and that had to be done, of course, to reach that goal, to consolidate the soil and avoid the soil erosion.
Yes.
So what kind of portion of water is invested there for irrigation, and where does it come from? Is it kind of continuously depleting the groundwater table, or is it coming from other sources like rivers or storages?
Actually, for the conversion from the shallow-rooted plants to the deep-rooted plants, they are really depleting groundwater, not because they are absorbs groundwater, because they prevent recharge of groundwater. And actually, for this region, it's arid region, there's limited water resource, so the groundwater are mainly used for living, not for irrigation. Because for this region, the irrigation, the precipitation is enough for it's a rainfield agriculture. Yeah, there are no irrigation. It's not because of irrigation.
Yep, I see. So any other questions from the audience? From the chat panel, I cannot see that. Any other question?
Prof, from what I can see, there are no questions.
Yeah.
And the hands that
So
are
how much
raised.
time we have, actually? I'm not sure about the time schedule now. Should we proceed with the next contribution?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, so then we have the next contribution provided by, like, who is in charge of providing the next issue that we have now here, yeah. So it's a contribution by Dr. Pei Li from the School of Water Environment, Chang'an University, and he will talk about relationship between groundwater and land use types on the Loess Plateau as well, like the professor, like the contribution of Professor Chi Li. Yeah, I welcome Dr. Pei Li. Please provide your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Hans. And my study area is the same with Professor Zhi Li. So my topic today is the relationship between groundwater quality and the land use types on Chinese Loess Plateau. See, my topic today includes 4 parts. Let's see the first part, research background. Yes, this is a map showing the Yellow River Basin. You know, Yellow River is the mother river of China. It nourishes the nation, but many disasters occur in this area. The Yellow River Basin can be divided into 3 parts. In the upstream is Tibet Plateau. In the middle, it is the Loess Plateau. And in the lower stream is North China Plain. And my research focuses on the middle part, that is the Loess Plateau. Yes, this is a map showing the vulnerability of river system, of global river system. As can be seen from this map, the Chinese Yellow River has the highest vulnerability. And with complex geological processes and rapid land surface processes, different kinds of geological, environmental, and ecological problems occur in the Yellow River Basin. In the upstream, we have the Tibet Plateau. Mainly in this upstream, the problem is giant landslide. And in the middle part, it is the Loess Plateau. In the middle part, we have problems such as water and soil loss, just as Professor Li taught. And we have another problem in the middle part, that is water pollution. And in the downstream, we have North China Plain. And in the North China Plain, massive floods occurs. So you can see from the map, we have lots of environmental and geological problems throughout the Yellow River Basin. And the Yellow River Basin hosts 1/3 of Chinese population. And this part is very, very important. So in 2019, ecological protection and high quality development of the Yellow River Basin becomes a national strategy. So since then, more and more research studies have been done in this area. However, in the middle part of the Yellow River Basin, that is the Loess Plateau, it is one of the most important geographical units of the Yellow River Basin. And the development of the Yellow River Basin depends on the middle part. So the ecological protection and high quality development of Loess Plateau is the key to that of the Yellow River Basin. Influenced by the arid and semi-arid climate and the special characteristics of Loess, its environment and ecology in the Loess Plateau are highly vulnerable. This area is also influenced by intense human activities. Human activities force drastic changes in environment and ecology on the Loess Plateau. Sorry, the computer is stuck. Okay, let's see the two pictures. The left picture showing the night light intensity in 2000 and 2013. As can be seen from the left figure, night light intensity increased, and that shows the urbanization. The right figure shows the land use map in 1982 and 2015. As can be seen, the bare land become less, and the agriculture and the forest become more and more. So the land use and the land cover patterns on the Loess Plateau has changed a lot, which deeply influences the environment and the ecology of the Loess Plateau. And there are many studies show that land use and land cover patterns can affect groundwater quality. See, you can see we can find many research papers. But however, what is the relationship between groundwater quality and the land use land cover patterns on the Loess Plateau? So this is the background of my research. I will take the Wuxi County on the Chinese Loess Plateau as a case study. The second part is the methodology. Before introducing the methodology, I will introduce the study area. This area is located in the middle of the Chinese Loess Plateau. See the figure here. It's situated in the middle part of the Chinese Loess Plateau. And this area is governed by arid and semi-arid continental climate, and with very few precipitation and a very high evaporation. And the river system in this area include Toudao River, Ningsai River, and the Luo River. The flow direction is from northwest and northeast to southeast. In the geology and hydrogeology, the main aquifer in the study area are sandstone of Huanghe Formation and sandstone and mudstone of Luohe Formation. Both of them are formed during the Cretaceous period. To study the groundwater relationship with the land types in the study area, we should first quantify the groundwater quality. And then we need to extract land use types from remote sensing data and quantify it by contributing area. The contributing area, I will discuss this term later. And after getting the water quality and the land use information, we can finally determine the relationship between groundwater quality and the land use patterns. That's the flow chart of the study. First, we need to extract data from a remote sensing. Let's include several procedures, and I think some GIS users can use this very frequently. From the original image data, we can clip and processing. Then at last, we can get the classification of land use types. I think this procedure is easy. And then I will introduce the contributing area. Contributing area refers to a domain relative to the sampling size, within which the land use types significantly impact the groundwater quality in the location. We use percentages of land use types in contributing area to quantify the land use patterns. Previously, people determined the contributing area by using the well-centered circular shaped CA. This method people think the contributing area is a circle. The pollutants will go to the well, with a circular shape. Then people notice that only those pollutants from the upstream can have significant influence on the water quality. So they prevent the searchlight-shaped contributing area. But the problem with this method is that the search line, I mean the stream line is a straight line. As we all know, the groundwater streamline is not a straight line. So this is the problem. So based on this, we proposed the curved stream search line shaped CA. Here, we consider the streamline is a curve, not a straight line. So this is our contribution. So we used the curved stream search line to calculate the CA. Yes, another method that we use in our study is the random forest. The random forest is a machine learning method that ensembles several decision trees. The result is obtained by averaging the results of all trees. That's the flow chart of the random forest. There are some important responsive variables. First is the groundwater quality. It's the responsive variable. And we have predictors, that is land use and land cover patterns. This is our predictors. Then we use Python to calculate the random forest. The third part is the results and discussion. We assessed the groundwater quality in the study area using entropy-weighted water quality index. Here, the map shows the distribution of the water quality. It should be noted that the water quality here refers to the overall water quality. It is determined by several water quality parameters. So from the figure, we can see that the groundwater quality is relatively good in east and in southeast. Groundwater quality is poor in northwest, northeast, and the Middle East area. Here is the land use patterns we get from the calculation. The land use patterns for the study area were extracted and shown in the figure. Loess, forest, and grassland distributed dispersedly in the whole area. But cultivated land mainly distributed in the northwest and the northeast of the study area. And urban land distributed along the valley of the study area, mainly in the Middle East area. That means the urban land located along the river valley. And here we have calculated the percentage of all different land use patterns. The loess accounts for over 60% of the total area, and the forest accounts for more than 10%. And grassland also accounts for more than 10%. Here is the cultivated land, urban land, unused land, water bodies. That's the land use patterns we get from the remote sensing data. And here we show the percentage of land use types in contributing area. The left map shows the overall groundwater quality, and the right map shows the percentage of loess in the contributing area. It shows Zones with high lowest percentage in contributing area mainly distributed in the middle and in the west section of the study area. Here is a comparison with groundwater quality and the percentage of forest in the contributing area. This map shows zones with high forest percentage in CA mainly distributed in the east and southeast section of the study area, which is consistent with good quality zones. Also grassland in the contributing area. Zones with high grass percentage in CA mainly distributed in the west and the northeast section of the study area. Okay, this map shows the comparison with groundwater quality and the cultivated land. As can be seen from the two figures, zones with high cultivated land percentage in CA mainly distributed in the northeast, northwest, and northeast section of the study area, which is consistent with poor groundwater quality zone. This is the urban land. Zones with high urban land percentage in contributing area mainly distributed in the Middle East section of the study area, which is consistent with poor groundwater quality zone. We also calculated the Pearson correction coefficients between land use types and groundwater quality. According to the Pearson correction coefficient, larger EWQI as larger EWQI denotes worse water quality. So the positive Pearson's correction coefficients represents negative correlation between groundwater quality and land use types. That is to say, when the value of EWQI is bigger, the quality is poorer. Groundwater quality of the study area was positively correlated with forest and water body. That means the percentage of forest and the water bodies increase. This will help to improve the groundwater quality. While groundwater quality was negatively correlated with the cultivated land, loess, urban land, and used land and water level. That is to say, these factors can negatively affect the groundwater quality. This figure shows the results of random forest model. It shows the random forest model can also calculate the relative importance of the predictors to the responsive variables. And the groundwater quality in the study area was mainly affected by water level, forest, grassland, loess, cultivated land, water body. Conclusion and perspective. First conclusion we can get from the research is groundwater quality was relatively good in southeast and east, while it's poor in the middle, northwest, and northeast of the study area. The main land use types of the study area were loess, forest, grassland, and cultivated land with total area exceeding 90% of the study area. 3, revealed by random forest model, groundwater quality in the study area were mainly affected by water level, forest, loess, cultivated land, and water body. The first conclusion is groundwater quality in the study area was negatively correlated with loess, cultivated land, and used land, urban land, and water level, while was positively correlated with forest and water body. C, Loess Plateau is one of the most important geographical units in northwest China, which is closely related to national strategies such as Belt and Road Initiative and ecological protection and high quality development of the Yellow River Basin. This research on the environment of the Loess Plateau is interdisciplinary. It involves humanity and sociology, natural science, and engineering. According to the search from the database, the quantity of the study on groundwater quality of Loess Plateau are still lacking. So this area has a lot of scientific problem to research. So we need collaboration. So that's one of the aim of our conference. We need to collaboration. Finally, I would like to thank the financial support from the National Natural Science Foundation of China. Thanks to my team, Associate Professor Jianhua Wu, and also my PhD and master students. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Li, for your interesting talk. Are there any questions from the audience? Then please type that question, the best in chat mode. Maybe it takes some time and I may ask you about what you learned from it. So now your different approaches, what does it suggest for sustainable management of the area you were studying? Like how to approach the problem of groundwater pollution, groundwater quality in a kind of sustainable way that all parties are kind of see their right realized. Can you understand?
Yeah, thanks, Ham. In the Loess Plateau, we have two major problems. One is the soil and the soil loss. That's the research from Li Zhi. And the second problem is water pollution. And that is my research. And now this part is become more and more important because it is a central part for the Belt and Road Initiative and other Chinese major strategies. So people come here, more and more people come here to come to this area, to live in this area, because they think this area is promising in the future. It's very promising. And this huge, big increase in the population increase the human activities. So when the human activities increases, more and more problems may come out. So that's I think that's the big challenges for us. And for the water pollution problems, we have several big basins in this area. Though most of the Loess Plateau is the lowest, but we have several big basins, and these big basins have a huge population and advanced industry. So this area have serious water pollution, air pollution, and even soil pollution. So we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Professor Hans, if I can make a question to Professor Li. Thank you.
Yes, Cecilia.
Thank you. The findings of your study are very important, not only interesting, but they are very important. So do these type of studies make it to the government of the province, or how can they be used finally to take decisions?
Yes, this is a case study, and we have done a lot of research in this area. We write reports to the government, and we publish books, and these books can be referred by government officials. So research is one is the fundamental work, but we have also written reports and give suggestions to local governments. So this area is mainly located in my province. As you come here several years ago, it's in the north part of my province. So this area, the problem are focused mainly by my government, my local government. So our research can support the sustainable development of this area.
Very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee.
Thank you.
Is that sufficiently responded to, Cecilia? I mean, or do you have another question?
No, it's more, yes, thank you for following this up, Professor Hans, is that I understand that the local governments request researchers to write reports. But when you have the finding, and of course this goes beyond the researchers, right? But the information results, research results as relevant as these ones, one would have to understand how they make it to the government and see what impact they can have. And so yes, I would have many questions, but as Professor Lee says, there is a mechanism that is they make it to a report and to governments, and then they will have the information for whenever a decision may be appropriate. But thank you very much for coming back.
Maybe I can send you the report, but it's in Chinese.
In Chinese, no. Then, no, it's okay. Thank you very much, Professor Lee. Thank you.
So there's one more question about the difference between EESIWC and WQY.
Okay. The main difference between EWQI and WQI is the method for determining the weight. As we calculate the WQI, we need to assign the weight to the water quality parameter. That's we use entropy information. This method we use to assign the weight to the water quality parameters. That's the big problem. That's the bigger difference.
Then there's another panel question.
Sorry for the interruption, Prof. Hans. There's some people raising their hands. I can see 3 of them raising their hands.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, I can see the question. I would like to know more about the quality of fresh water that has interacted with groundwater. For this question, I would say the fresh water, when fresh water interact with groundwater, they will have different reactions. They will have different reactions. For some fresh water, they will have a linear mix. They will have a linear mixing. But for some water, they will have reactions. This is a difficult mechanics. And I think we can discuss this after the conference. We have published several papers regarding fresh water and groundwater interactions. And I think we can discuss this later.
Yeah, but at the same time, if I may ask you, you mentioned that water body cover and forest provides the least negative effect on overall groundwater quality, right? Water body cover, that's like freshwater river cover, right?
Yeah.
So that also means that the surface water seems not to be that much polluted. Otherwise, they would pollute themselves, the groundwater table.
That depends on the area you are studying. Because in this area, the main river is the Yellow River. Because the Yellow River is regulated by the central government. So the water is relatively good because we have regulations on the river water quality. For the groundwater quality in the Loess Plateau, because the loess is very fine, it's fine particles, it's composed of fine particles. Groundwater flow in the Loess is very slow, and they have enough time for soil and water interactions. So groundwater in this area is poor due to the water rock interactions. But this depends on the area. So in some other areas, we have fresh water, but in most of the area, we have rainwater and brackish water.
Brackish water, but due to terrestrial salt elution, right?
Yes, yes.
I see. So any other questions?
Prof. Dams, there's a question that I have posted on the chat function. I see some people are posting on the Q&A function as opposed to using the chat function. So the question was around, I'm just trying to pull, have the studies used to influence of area identified considered the movement of water, rate of water, migration, amount of rainfall, and surface runoff apart from land use patterns?
Yes, and this study considered several factors, but the groundwater is considered flowing through the porous media, and that is to say the groundwater quality is changing over time. If you calculate this year and calculate another year, the results may be different. But the land use types remain relatively stable within a year. I can explain it like this. During the wet season and during the dry season, the groundwater quality may be different because of groundwater level, groundwater evaporation, but the land use may be the same in some areas. So the groundwater quality is changing with time, and what we want to study is the relationship between the groundwater quality changes and the land use types changes. That's our aim of our study. So all the things we consider are dynamic.
Yeah. Are there any other questions?
Prof, we don't seem to have any further questions. Just a request from my side, colleagues who've had their hands up, I think from the first session, if you do not have a question, please lower your hand so that we know that there is no question. But if you do have a question, then please go ahead and ask the question. And I think, Prof. Dams, we've just got a few minutes before we're due for our next speaker. So if there's no one asking a question, you may proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we can continue with the next presentation then. Is that okay?
Yes, I think next speaker is ready. Please, you can go.
Yeah. Okay. So can you bring the PowerPoint in?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Hans. I am Dr. Senthil Kumar. I'm just sharing my presentation. Yeah, good afternoon to all. I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, yes, Dr. Sendil Kumar is very clear.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Thank you. Okay. Myself, I'm Dr. Senthil Kumar, working as a scientist in Ministry of Jal Shakti, erstwhile known as Ministry of Water Resource in the federal government of India. Okay, here we have. My presentation. I have just divided it into three parts. The first part deals with the groundwater scenario of the country. Then the new project which we have taken up to overcome our issues, and a result of that project through an aquifer management plan through a numerical modeling. Okay. Yeah, my slide is moving. Are you able to see my second slide?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so India is a very big country with an area of about 33 lakh square kilometers. And if you see, groundwater plays a major role in countries' economy, in countries' agriculture, everything groundwater plays a major role. Since independence, if you see, 60% of our irrigation needs have been met from groundwater. 85% of our rural drinking water needs are met from groundwater. 50% of our urban water needs as on date is met from groundwater. We had a green revolution wherein in the 1970s they launched it just to overcome the food grains, just to overcome the shortage of food grains. That time in 1970, India was water surplus, but food was scarce. 1970 started the great green revolution, where it resulted in today's condition with India being economically stable, as well as we are surplus with food, but our groundwater resources have now become scarce. If you see, 80% of our net irrigated area during the last few decades is contributed by groundwater. So what are our concerns? India is the largest user of groundwater, drawing more than 250 cubic kilometer of water per year. That is almost 25% of the world's total. This overexploitation or unrelentless exploitation of groundwater has resulted in drying up of wells, declining in groundwater levels. You can see a number of cases where the groundwater levels have gone very, very deeper. Earlier it was well within 10 meters. And now it has gone to 40, 50 meters. So what this has direct and indirect implications also. This, since groundwater, we still follow the Eastman Act, which is being laid in 1882 by the Britishers who ruled us during those period. They wrote that whoever owns the land owns the water and air. So still groundwater is ownership belongs to the person who holds the land. So there is relentless pumping of groundwater. Withdrawal is exceeding. If I'm a rich farmer, I can take more water. If I'm a small farmer, because of my money constraint, the withdrawal is less. Apart from this, what has also happened is that there are groundwater contamination issues, both geogenic as well as anthropogenic. The most serious being arsenic contamination. In 152 districts, we have a total of about 728 districts in the country, out of which 152 districts, arsenic is very, very high, more than the permissible limit. And fluoride concentration above permissible limit is in 370 districts. So if you see, this heavy withdrawal of groundwater has resulted in declining groundwater levels. Apart from that, we are experiencing now about 54% of our groundwater wells are starting to decrease. It is started to show decline in groundwater levels. People have started to deepening the wells. As per the last census of the wells, India has about 21.7 million wells. It includes dug wells, tube wells, duck and bore wells, and shallow as well as deep wells, to 21.7 million wells. Out of this 21.7 million wells, 54% are showing declining trends. So what this really implicates, a declining water level. What has happened? What happens is that it also increases the power consumption, because people go deeper. The power consumption to extract the precious groundwater resources also increases. The construction cost is always many folds increasing. Then we have the pump capacity. Earlier, farmers who had a lower capacity, 5 horsepower pump or a 10 horsepower pump, now are being forced to increase their pump. This ultimately is a costly affair. Small farmers are not able to afford this. And India being such a big country with diversified hydrogeological conditions, we have from the recent alluvium to the oldest rock, the very hard charnakites and the granitic gneisses, which are considered as the oldest rock in the country. And in this hard rock, the about 70% of the country is covered by hard rock and 30% is covered by soft rock. So in this hard rock terrains, the groundwater resources at depth is also decreasing. We don't have much resources after a depth of 200 or 250 meters. So if you see, we also do the assessment of groundwater, how much groundwater is getting replenished every year after a monsoon. So we have something like a 6,900 odd assessment units, out of which this 1186 and 313 overexploited and critical, they require the more attention because they consume more than what is getting replenished. What is getting replenished. So this area requires more attention than the other areas. So if you see our resources, the annual replenishable resources of the country, it is about 433 billion cubic meter. Out of this 433 billion cubic meter, 245 billion cubic meter is extracted every year. The main consumption is from agriculture. Agriculture uses about 222 BCM of water every year for various crops. Domestic and industrial consumption is very less, 23 billion cubic meter. Among this agriculture consumption, the distribution is not equally spread. If you can see this slide, there are states which consume more than what is getting replenished. That means they are taking water from the storage also. States in the western part, northwestern part of India, they consume more water than what is getting replenished. There are a few states which are in the category of 75 to 100%. Then the entire eastern part and the central part, there the consumption is less than 50%. So with complex hydrogeological condition and the withdrawal also is changing with area to area. And the eastern part is full of water, but the users are very, very less. So with this scenario of increased dependence of groundwater, we started a program called as National Aquifer Mapping, first of its kind in the country. Only few countries in the Western as well as Australia, Canada have done it earlier, and few countries are on the process of doing it. We started this program with a main objective to shift from groundwater development to groundwater management. So our objective was know the aquifer, manage your aquifer. So if we know the exact geometry and the dimensions of the aquifer, we will be able to manage it better. That was our prime motive. So for this study, we used an integrated approach wherein we did a geological survey, geophysical survey, hydrogeological, chemical, isotopes, everything we did together with an objective to decipher the vertical and lateral extent of the aquifer up to 200 and 300 meters, then formulate aquifer management plans through conventional method as well as through numerical modeling for better management of this aquifer. Once we know this, we will be able to clearly categorize what is the quantity, how is the aquifer's quality and its sustainability. Mainly in the hard rock regions, you need to know a term called as sustainability, because water will be there full during the monsoon period, and during the non-monsoon period, water will not, it will be completely devoid of water. So how much a well can yield in a monsoon period, how much a well can yield in a non-monsoon period. The sustainability is a main parameter which we need to know during a non-monsoon period. With this objective, we started mapping the country's aquifers. India has a total area of about approximately 33 lakh square kilometer. We identified about 24.8 lakh square kilometer to be mappable. The remaining areas fall under hilly area, so it cannot be mapped. Few are saline areas, it cannot be mapped. So the area is mappable is about 24.8. This project started during the 2012 and is expected to complete by 2023. We are about 15 lakhs we have completed as on January 2021. And in the remaining 2 years, we have about a next plan of another 10 lakhs to be completed in the next 2 years. So what we have done is we have gone through conventional methods as well as the advanced techniques for mapping the aquifers, then develop the management plans and hand it over to the state departments, state governments, so that they implement all the recommendations and the groundwater resources are managed to a greater extent. So the data generation included, we had, as I told you earlier also, it was an integrated study wherein we applied field geophysical surveys. We even tried heliborne sky time domain electromagnetic survey with in association with Aarhus University, Denmark. Then conventional drilling methods, then collection of samples, hydrochemical analysis, isotopes, all combined together. It's a complete package. And finally, the maps and the management plans generated were shared. So I'm just here as part of this webinar conference. These are some of the notable outcomes. So I am just going to present you a case study where how we have used this aquifer mapping and modeling technique to manage the groundwater resources. So some of the notable outcomes are, one, we had identified the arsenic-free aquifers in parts of Bihar, the eastern part, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and to some extent in the West Bengal, that is entirely eastern. We identified the presence of safe aquifers in the at depth and how to retrieve it without mixing with the aquifers in the top. And other major outcomes include the Tapi Mega Recharge Project. This is a very, very big project. It runs it covers nearly 16,000 square kilometer of an area, where through lift we have identified a dry river which was potential earlier, and we have almost revived it. And today, now I'm going to talk about this one, controlling saline water ingress in Kadalur district. How we have used the aquifer mapping as well as the numerical modeling to develop a management strategy, and it is being now implemented on. So if you see this, on the left-hand side, the map, it is the map of Tamil Nadu state. It falls in the extreme south of the country. It covers an area of about 1,30,000 square kilometer. And we took up a study about 2,000 square kilometer area, which is one of the most potential aquifer of this state. Here, groundwater is pumped continuously for irrigation. About 1,035 million cubic meter of water per year is pumped for irrigation. Irrigation 3 times, 3 activities, all 3 seasons it goes on, and groundwater is being used extensively. Apart from that, the other interesting aspect which formed an issue to this is we have a mining area in this part of the study area. It is the Asia's largest open cast mine. It mines lignite. Lignite is a variety of coal, and the lignite occurs at a depth of 90 to 115 meter below ground level. It has a thickness of 25 to 30 meter thickness. To extract this lignite, to excavate this lignite, the miners have to depressurize the aquifers. It consists of 4 aquifers in this area. 2 aquifers above the lignite and 2 aquifers below the lignite to a depth of 300 meters. So they had to depressurize the 3rd and 4th aquifer in order to have a safe mining, because the pressure was so high that without depressurization, many of the mines got flooded. There used to be a blast in the coal seam, and water used to get flooded into the mine. So they identified the hydrogeological issue, and they started depressurizing the aquifer in order to have a safe excavation of the lignite. Apart from that, there are other major issue was that we all have seen it in the newspapers during 2018 and 19. A metropolitan city in India, Chennai, earlier known as Madras, became waterless, and people had to supply tankers from other places. So many issues were there. So, and a groundwater extraction from this area goes to Chennai also. This is about 200 kilometers south of Chennai. So pipelines have been laid, and groundwater is being supplied from this area to Chennai city. Chennai city is in the northern part of Tamil Nadu. And the other major issue is that these are all related to groundwater withdrawal. The other aspect is it is directly related to the groundwater withdrawal. We have an eastern boundary that is a coastal boundary, a Bay of Bengal Sea. So heavy withdrawal in this area has always a threat of seawater intrusion. So with these objectives, we tried to map the area and develop a numerical model for better management of this aquifer. So this is some snapshots of this area. On the right side, you can see a photo of a lignite mine. This is the Neyveli lignite mine. It is the Asia's largest open cast mine. And apart from that, in the central part of that area, we had found several strand lines. Oh, the strand lines is an indicator of earlier sea in this place. So this also gives us an indication that these are depositional environment which had taken place under marine condition. Apart from that, we had a very big water body running about 20 square kilometer in this area of 2000. We have a very big water body that is acting as a barrier for to stop the ingress. So as part of this NACUM study, we did a conventional survey, which included geophysical survey. We drilled wells, we collected the samples, litholog samples, studied the aquifers, we collected groundwater quality, water levels. We even did electrical geophysical logging also, geophysical logging in the wells to clearly decipher the number of aquifers, their extent. We also carried out some aquifer performance tests also. The transmissivity values were very, very high in these areas. So from the lithologs, from the geophysical surveys, and even we used the SkyTEM, Heliborne time domain electromagnetic survey, and we identified the presence of 4 aquifer units in this area. You can see from the strip logs, we have just demarcated aquifer 1 occurring till the depth of 73 meters. Then aquifer 2 with a thickness extending from 107 to 122. Then these are all of different age. The first one for aquifer 1 is of the recent age. Then aquifer 2 and some parts in aquifer 1 are from Miocene. Aquifer 3 is from Eocene, and within Eocene we have one more also, aquifer 4. These are all separated by thick layers of clay, and the thickness of the clay ranges from 8 to almost 33 meters in some places. So the clay separation is there. They behave like different hydrological units, and their hydraulic pressures are completely different from one another. And all these 4 aquifers, the principal aquifer is the sandstone. Sandstone from either from the tertiaries, Miocene, or from the Eocene. At the right side also you can see from the geophysical logs also we were able to clearly demarcate the presence of 4 aquifers. Based on this, we conceptualized how the aquifer disposition is. The aquifer is sloping towards the sea. Sorry. On the eastern side, we have the Bay of Bengal Sea, and the aquifers are sloping towards the eastern side. You can see, sorry, you can see the lignite seam marked in the black color in the central part. And we have also, I have also mentioned the discharges in the northern part. We have the first aquifer with the discharge ranging from 5 to 15 liters per second. The second aquifer has a discharge of 8 to 40. Sorry. And the third aquifer having a discharges from 10 to 40 LPS. Fourth aquifer having a discharge of 10 to 45 LPS. All this are completely sedimentary, and basement we happen to explore around 1400 meters. So our study we were able to do only till 400 meters, and the basement, that means the sedimentary formations have been deposited up to 1400 meters. And for the modeling purpose, we used a visual mod flow with 7 layers. This is the panel diagram which was prepared after integrating all the lithologs, all the geophysical outputs, SkyTem as well as ground TEM as well as resistivity surveys, all we integrated and finally came up with a panel diagram showing the disposition of the aquifers in 3-dimensional. Aquifer 1 is under unconfined condition, aquifer 2 is confined, then we have lignite formation. For extracting this lignite, they have to depressurize the aquifer 3 and aquifer 4. These are under very, very high stress. So we developed, we used the visual mod flow package, and it was divided into, we used the FDM method, finite difference method, and 7 layers, and with the 4 aquifers, 3 separated by the aquitards. And the total number of cells was around 3,400 odd cells, 34,000 odd cells. And if you could see the values of the aquifer parameters, the K ranged from 30 to 40 meter per day. In the aquifer 3 and 4, it was around 60 meter per day. And the specific yield values, which tells the hydraulic conductivity, tells the rate of flow of water, and specific yield tells you how much storage it has, storage as well as storativity. Both were very, very high for all the 4 aquifers. And the study area is hydrologically bounded. In the eastern side, we had the Bay of Bengal. So we use the constant head boundary. In the western side and southwestern side, we had a no flow boundary because this forms the contact with the hard formations. So the flow of groundwater from the western part to the model area was very, very minimal. So we used a no flow boundary. The northern and southern boundary had river boundaries. So we kept it as a variable head boundary. So we also calculated how much the river is contributing to the aquifer as well as how much the aquifer is contributing to the ground river, both vice versa. Then we, as I mentioned earlier also, we wanted to address only these 4 issues. Coastal area, so what would be my optimal pumping so that how much I can stop the intrusion. There is a threat of intrusion, there is no intrusion, but what will be my optimal pumping? Then what will happen if mine activity expands? Mining, they are going further deeper, or the mine lateral area is expanding. Then what will be its impact on the groundwater resources? Then since it's an intensively, in my first slide also I told you, it's an intensively irrigated agricultural area. So it consumes about 1035 million cubic meter per year. This is the groundwater withdrawal. You can just calculate the quantum. 1 million is about 10 lakhs and 1 meter cube is about 1000 liters. So 10 to the power 9 into 1000 is what the water is being extracted in this area. Apart from that, there is a huge pumping of groundwater for the city also. With all this, we developed the model, and these are the stresses. We were able to differentiate which sector consumes more water, which sector has the least volume. all the 4 aquifer units are sandstone, and you can see the irrigation withdrawal. You can see how the withdrawal has increased with time. In 1950s and 60s, it was less than 200 million cubic meter in this area. Now it has gone to 1,000 million cubic meter. So almost in about 70 years, 65 to 70 years, the quantum of pumping has increased very drastically. If you see as of date now, the pumping is about 1,213 million cubic meter is the annual pumping from this area of 2,000 square kilometer, which is a very, very high percentage when compared to other places. Out of this, 1,035 is being consumed by irrigation sector. Industrial sector uses about 135 million cubic meter, and 42 or 43 million cubic meter goes for drinking water supplies. So with all this, we developed a numerical modeling using the finite difference methodology for 8 years with timely monthly time steps, and all the 4 aquifers were calibrated. We also studied how the regional heads are moving with reference to time. So if you can see this, our results showed that the aquifer at present is stable under the present pumping condition, and there is no intrusion. But there are certain issues, like once the groundwater withdrawal exceeds 700 mm in 700 MCM in the aquifer 1, then there is the intrusion will take place. In the aquifer 2, if it is 900 MCM, if it increases, then the groundwater seawater intrusion will take place. So this we have categorized. Also the coastal part, where the aquifer 1 and 2 are completely exposed, and we wanted to have some regulatory measures in this area. So we developed different scenarios, like if agriculture pumping increases by 350 MCM a year, then we observed that the decline in the groundwater heads were from 1.2 to 2.75 meter. This is a very, very huge decline. So if it happens in the eastern part, then the intrusion would be further inwards. And the other study also, what we did was predicted was also mine activity was also taking place, and they had the plans for expansion of mine 3 and 3A. So at present, they are about withdrawing about 130 MCM of water. If another one mine comes, they would be depressurizing another 60 MCM of water. So what will happen? So if both the mines are functional at the same time, then what will happen to the groundwater scenario? We observed that the cone of depression has expanded from 200 to 400 meters. And but this cone of depression created by this huge quantum of pumping is only limited to a small extent, 200 to 400 meters from the mine area, not beyond that. But the other threat, the major threat, is what will happen to the intrusion part if the same pumping goes on. So we tried to study the aquifer disposition and what would be the safe pumping heads. For example, aquifer 3. The aquifer 3, the present head is minus 10 meters. That is 10 meters below mean sea level. And we, through modeling exercise, we found that it can go up to 50 meter below mean sea level. Intrusion will not take place. The next question arises is that already the groundwater level is below mean sea level. Why the intrusion is not taking place? The intrusion is not taking place because the aquifer top is at greater depth. Aquifer top is already at minus 100, minus 80 to minus 100 meters below mean sea level. So that's why the safe pumping head would be to be 50 meters below mean sea level for the aquifer 3. So we listed out how much would be the pumping, present pumping. This is the 4 aquifers are there in this area. Aquifer 1, which is under unconfined condition. Aquifer 2, which is under confined condition. Aquifer 3 is also confined. Aquifer 4 also is confined. So this is the present piezometric head and water level. So the present groundwater withdrawal also we have listed. For example, Aquifer 2, which is being widely used. If you can see the draft present groundwater withdrawal, 600 MCM of water is withdrawn from this Aquifer 2 and 400 from the first aquifer. That means almost 1000 MCM, 1035 MCM of water is being withdrawn only from the first two aquifers. At present, the water, the piezometric head is in the range of -40, and it is under the head of -27, and the permissible head would be -40. So what has happened is this has been circulated to the state governments as well as the district administrators who look after the water as well as the industries. Once, and what we have also done is we have installed a series of piezometers. These piezometers are nothing but water level measuring wells. They do not have any pumps, but they are fitted with automatic water level recorders. Once the water level goes below -40, then the regulatory activity takes place. It is also now done that no fresh license for industries in this area have been given up to 0 to 5 kilometers from the coast. See, this is the management plan we have worked out. The region C and D on the eastern part, which is very close to the coast. C is the full industrial area. D is the area where the effect of intrusion would be more because we also found the deposits. And so these two zones have been marked as highly vulnerable zones. And withdrawal in these zones should not exceed, even in the last slide we could see, water levels have also been given as well as the withdrawal limits have also been given. So already the district administrators have started implementing this scheme, and they have not issued any license as of now in these areas. The zone A is completely marked for agricultural activity, where the entire agricultural activity is taking place as of now, with water intensive crops being grown here, paddy and sugarcane. Everyone knows paddy, how much water it consumes. Sugarcane is an annual crop. Paddy at least is a 90-day 100 crop. Sugarcane is a 1-year crop. It consumes more amount of water. So this area has been demarcated for agricultural activity. E area, the zones in E are completely under mine activity. So mining activity would take place here. F is for the drinking water supply to Chennai city, which is located about 200 kilometers north of this area. So, and this B part is the recharge area, where the entire recharge process for this area takes place. So this area has also been protected. So with all this management issues, management is being able to restrict the groundwater withdrawal within 700 MCM for Aquifer 1 as well as 900 MCM for Aquifer 2, and both as well as with reference to withdrawal as well as with reference to groundwater level or piezometric head. This area is completely monitored with near or real-time data. We cannot call it a real-time data because our monitoring frequency is every 1 hour. So we can call it a near real-time data. It is completely being monitored. If the administrators find that the withdrawal in this area is exceeding and the water levels are going below the safe fields, then they even stop the electricity. This is how this area is being managed, and piezometers have been installed all along the coastal area just to monitor the piezometric heads so that they don't go below the permissible limits, which would invite the saline water to move into the...
Sorry, Dr. Santi Kumar, could you please summarize your presentation without having enough time?
That was my last slide. That was my last slide. My work is over. Yeah, this entire report, you can visit us in our website, cgwb.gov.in, where the entire report is available. It is downloadable and it can be seen. Thank you. If I have some questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay Kumar. Maybe we have time for one short question. If not, then we would proceed with the contribution of Dr. Liu about the input of rainstorm on water management, right? And someone upload the PowerPoint of Dr. Liu, Ping Liu.
It is Luo Ping.
Yeah, great. Dr. Liu, are you there? He doesn't show, but I see his name.
I will contact him.
Okay. Oh, he's come back. He come back.
Okay.
He back now.
But we don't hear you. Yeah, you have to switch on the microphone. That's done now, right? Switch on the microphone. You did that just now. Dr. Ping Liu, please switch on the microphone.
Okay,
yeah.
Can you hear?
Okay, yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Now we need your camera.
I can share my screen. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Now we hear you.
Okay, so I can share my screen, right? I can start my
I
presentation.
think so. Please show your PowerPoint.
We are waiting for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Liu. On
my screen?
Yeah, can you introduce your talk?
Yes, okay. Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. And then today I would like to talk about my previous research studies. So today's my talk is the impact assessment of rainstorm intensity and type considering the land use change on urban flood disasters. So my name is Ping Luo. I'm from the School of Water and Environment, Chennai University. Here is my WeChat barcode. So you can scan this, and then you can add my WeChat. And then here also my email address in the screen. So if you have any question, we can have detailed discussions. So today's my talk will including this kind of content. So first is the background and the objectives. So as we know that during the years increased, the temperatures has been increased from years to recent. So and then we can see the Australian research team and found the temperature had the good relationship with the rainfall. So when the temperature increased, and then the rainfall will showing that they were rained more in the central time in the central area, and with high intensity. So here is showing some of the pictures from that flood disasters happened in many countries, such as China, United States, Germany, and Thailand. So in these studies, we want to see how this kind of extreme rainfall types has the significant impact on flood disasters, and how much extreme rainfall effect on the discharge and also the flood inundation in the urban areas. So as for this study, so first we would like to see how the extreme rainfall types has the
how much impact on the discharge in the urban basins. So then we use that AIDF. AIDF means area, intensity, duration, frequency, cover. So from the AIDF cover, we designed the designed storms. And then we use the designed storms for doing these simulations. So as we see in our study areas is focused on that we call the Kamo River. However, this river is a branch of the Katra River, Kats River, which is located in Kyoto City in Japan. So because my PhD was getting Kyoto granted from the Kyoto University, so we selected this study for our study areas. And also the length of this study area is about 31 kilometer. And the highest resolution is around 900 meter. So here we just select that two types of the 2 years of land use. And then we selected that 1902 land use and also 1976 land use. And then we comparing that the land use has been changed also significantly. And from this study, we use this kind of framework to doing our research. So first we get the AIDF, and then we get doing like 10 hours and 20 hours, and then how much rainfall will rain in the Kamo River Basin. And then we use the total rainfall. We designed the rainfall types, and then we calibrate the model and then validate the model. Then we comparing that rain runoff and different land use. So you also can see that the details in our papers, which published in Journal of Flood Risk Management in 2018. And also here we're showing that calibration result, which we using that all-in rainfall, and all we can see the red line is a simulate discharge, and then the black colors is that observed discharge. So the calibration result and the validation result is matched very well. And also we're using that 9 parameters to calibrate the model, and then finally we get the best fixed parameter values. And then we designed also 6 type of the designed rainfall based on the AIDF. And we also, here is showing that 6 type of the rainfall, which is like average, which that peak rainfall happened in the central, and peak rainfall happened in the beginning and also in the end, and peak rainfall happened in the first few hours, and then peak rainfall happened in the last few hours. So, and then here we're showing that how they discharge and different rainfall types, and also how they discharge and the different land use type. We can see 2006 the discharge, and 2006 land use is the red color, and the bright color is the runoff and 76 land use. And then we see the big difference between the 2006 land use and also 1976 land use. And this is the result, the runoff result with that 10 hours duration for 100 years return periods. So if we see this figure, we could find the big difference between that the different rainfall types. So which we can see that the rainfall type S5 will give that earliest peak discharge, and the rainfall number 6 will give the highest peak discharge. So, and we want to see that how the land use, long-term land use could affect the runoff in the urban river basins. So we designed our Pioneer land use reconstruction model, which writing by Fortran language. And then we, based on the 1976 land use, and then we using some that Pioneer Society and Pioneer information and also historic document. We identify this this kind of document, and then we get some of the basic rule, and also we create some vector data, and then we finally put into our Pioneer land use reconstruction models. And then finally we get the Pioneer, the historical land use types in digital styles. And then this paper was published in the Computer and Geoscience. If you want to see the details, you can check this paper. And then, as we talked in before, so we basically based on that your right top and this kind of hand making maps, and then we identify like the green squares. We identify some of the areas has been not be changed, but some of the areas the land use has been changed. So when then we put this kind of information into our Pioneer land use reconstruction model, and then finally we get the 8043 land use map, and also 9002 land use map, and also 9027 land use map. And then from this kind of land use map, we find the building site has been significantly increased, but however, the rice field has been significantly decreased. So from this, we use this long-term land use, and also we use it different rainfall types, and then we find the different rainfall types has impact on that the discharge of these Kamo River basins. And also we find the land use has also significantly impact on the discharge in the urban river basins. And then we find the 1976 land use has giving high and earliest big discharge than other land use. So as we see that before, we see that how the long-term land use has effect on that discharge, and how the rainfall types affect on the discharge of the urban river basins. And then now from this part, we want to see how the rainfall types and rainfall intensity effect on flood inundations in urban areas. So we selected the based on that historical, this 2008 Hanoi Great Flood. So based on this kind of events, and also based on our project, and then we selected the Hanoi as a study areas. And then also we select that the Hue, which in the center of the Vietnam's. So this area also have the historical great floods happened in past years. And then so based on the this study with sorry. Okay. So we select this most populated areas as our study areas. So these colors has been included in our study areas. So we call the Hanoi Central areas. Sorry, there has some problem. Okay, let's continue. And then for Hue City, we have selected these areas with that red colors as for our study areas. And then we're using this kind of research framework for our study. And then we get this flow 2D model, pro model for our flood inundation simulations. And the flow 2D model is a flood routing model, which with that 1D simulation for that river channel and 2D simulation for the flood plains. So as for the data, we selected that 30 meters DM data, digital elevation data, and also land use, soil type, and the road system, and also that some precipitation data for these studies. Hello?
Yes, we are still here.
Okay, okay.
I think we hear you. Please continue.
Okay, I will continue. Okay, so here is showing that details of that rainfall types. So we have selected the rainfall types for that four rainfall types. And then for the R1 is that 2008 rainfall. And then R2 is that historical big, biggest rainfall happened in the history. And then R3 is that 200 years return periods rainfall. And then R4 is the probable maximum rainfall. And then for under these four rainfalls, we could see how this flood inundation happened in from these figures, we could see how this we can see R1, and also how the areas and how the water depths for that central areas. And then we find R2 is they increase very much the rainfall, the inundation areas and also inundation depths than R1. So, and also we find R3 and also we find R4 have many areas has been inundated in the areas. But if we would like to see the details, we can see the next figures. Okay, so from here we could see that why R2 is more have so much inundation for the maximum inundation depths. We can see that they have increased very much than R1, and also inundation areas has been increased very much than R1, because the total rainfall is almost similar, but however that rainfall types has been different, and the rainfall intensity is also different, because the rainfall the R2 is only rain in 2 days, but R1 is rain in 3 days. That's mean the intensity of the rainfall is different. And also we found R4 is we get that problem maximum rainfall. So that's why we get so much rainfall than other rainfall types. And then also we can see that maximum rain inundation depth has been significantly than others. And also the inundation areas has been significantly than others. If you want to see the details, you can find that we published in that scientific report in 2008. Sorry, we have some problem. I don't know why. Okay, so in this study, we also selected 10 stations for validate our simulation, flood inundation simulations. And then from we collected 10 stations pictures, inundation pictures. And then based on these pictures, we judged how the inundation depths happen in these stations. And then we found that our simulation has been matched with that pictures with that R squares is about 0.6. So, and then we want to see how the rainfall types has been significantly impact on that flood inundation. So then we selected 4 rainfall types, and then to see how the rainfall types affect on that flood inundation in urban areas. And then here is showing the different rainfall types for R1 and R2 and R4, R3 and R4. And then from this map, from this R1 and the R1, we see how the different, like we select in the 6 hours and then 12 hours and then 80 hours and 24 hours flood inundation conditions. And then, sorry. And then here is R2. So we also selecting the same hours and then how the flood inundation happen in the different hours. And here is R3. We also select the same hours and as displayed in here. And here is R4, and also we find this, we show in here this maximum water depth, and then we find R3, we get many areas has been inundated. So as here for conclusion, I think I have already concluded in the slides. So thank you very much. And then here is some like briefly introduction of our teams. So, and these are our members. And also we had just for announcement that we will have one international symposium held in this year's November 12 to 40 and in Guangzhou in China. If you have chance or have time, please join our international symposium. And this is a picture is showing the second international symposium, which held in China University in Xi'an, in China. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Liu. I think we have time for a few questions. So if the panel has any question. Otherwise, this may take a little time that people consider their questions. I may ask you, comparing Kyoto and Hanoi and your experiences there, is there any suggestion for like a change, alternate land use in order to avoid substantial flooding in urban areas? Is there anything we can do in the architecture and the design of urban areas to avoid such flooding?
Yes, thank you very much for your nice questions. And for my, based on our simulation, we found they have built some like pump stations in the Hanoi case. But however, in these areas, they are still not very not release the flood, urban flood in this area. Because I think the most problem is that the prone areas that which with very low elevations and also which are not connected with that river channel systems. So I think one of the way is to build some of that underground storage water storage system, and then based on that, which we can reduce some of the flood water during the urban inundations, and also they can develop more like a river channel to connect on that prone areas, and then when that flood coming, and then they can discharge the flood water to that to the river, and then use that pump systems to pump the water to that big rivers, like because they had red rivers around this city. So I think this is a two-way, and then we can use for that Hanoi cities and to release that flood, and also we also had one new ideas that we call sponsor cities, so which we also recently doing some of the project based on that sponsor cities. Why we call it sponsor city? Because we want to build that city as like the sponsor, so like the soil that we can infiltrate the water into the ground, and also of course we as we talked before, we can build some underground water storage systems, and also we can storage some of the water. And then when that because I think in Hanoi case maybe they had a lot of water, but in the channel, in the north of the channel, we had not so much water. So then if we storage this water, and then we can use in this water during that like water shortage seasons. So like in the winter in China, that we had also water shortage stress. So then we can use this storage water for the winter seasons, and then we can use it for like for discharge in the gardens, and also we can use it for that so washing the cars and some other use. So and also that sponsor city we also using in the road, we're using that many like a little bit below that road, and then we can storage some water in the green garden areas. And then also this kind of method maybe we could also apply in trying to see that to release that flood in the Hanoi case. And also we could trying to build more high levels like discharge systems. So like especially for rainfall discharge systems, because that I think in Hanoi case their rainfall is very big different, very big rainfalls for the total amount in the years. So I think this kind of way maybe we could take in for the Hanoi case. Thank you very much.
Yeah, seeing no further questions from the audience, I thank you very much, Professor Liu, and all participants at our early afternoon session. Very much for your interesting contribution and yeah, some discussion as well. It could be better, more vivid, but
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Okay.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Professor Dams and Prof. Shili for chairing the session, and also to our speakers for their very interesting presentations. Also, just to say thank you to our participants, our audience, for participating in the discussions and asking the right questions. I would now like to introduce the third session, which is on water resources in the future and flood risk management. The session is going to be chaired by Professor Cecilia from the University of Glasgow, together with Professor Pewley, who's the professor of the School of Water and Environmental Change at the University of China. Without wasting any further time, we are still well within the schedule in terms of our program. So I'd like to call upon Professor Cecilia and Professor Pewley, please, to take over and start with the next session. Thank you. And also, if I may request the other speakers, Professor Francisco, if you can just indicate, maybe even through the chat box, if you are online and ready for your presentation, so that our host can add you to the list of panelists. And also, if I may ask Dr. James as well, if you can just drop us a message on the chat. Prof. Francisco, I see your message. Thank you. We will add you onto the panelists. And also Professor Daniel, also if you can just indicate via the chat function if you are online, so that our hosts are able to add you to the list of panelists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time for session 3. So I will chair the first two lectures. And the first lecture in session 3 is from Professor Chedam Bram, and he is a professor and a research scientist from Water Research Center, Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research. And his work on fluoride removal by nitro material in community water supply scheme as an outcome of a Government of India project has received the Best Paper Award in Applied Water Sciences Journal for the year 2013. He has awarded for the best contribution in the field of hydrogeology and environmental geochemistry during 2016 by Indian Society of Applied Geochemists. He has undertaken training in IAEA programs and served as an expert for 2 IAEA expert missions to KISR Kuwait. So today, his topic is evidence of ITCZ shifts and paleoclimate conditions during late Pleistocene Holocene in groundwater. So Professor Chedam Bram, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the nice introduction. I would first like to thank the University of Zululand and the organizers, Professor Vetri Murugan and Professor Lee yourself, for giving us this opportunity to share some of the ideas on this research. And first of all, this topic is on the shift of the intertropical convergence zones, which was witnessed in groundwaters, and that too is the paleoclimatic condition. So actually, when we look into the exploration of groundwater in arid regions, it's better we look upon the paleo recharge conditions first, and then the paleoclimatic conditions, to know where we can exactly explore the water bodies. So we were first looking into identify the paleo recharge conditions and paleoclimatic conditions of the region. And now we have reports of the desert region, which is located in the southwestern part of Kuwait. It's the Rub al Khali Desert, which is one of the biggest deserts, where there were paleo lakes, evidences of paleo lakes in this region. And apart from this, even the civilization histories, if you can note the civilization histories, like from the Central Arabian Peninsula, there has been migration towards the coastal regions, and there was an Akkadian kingdom, and there was a fall of the kingdom, and water played a main important role in these civilizations. Apart from that, there were evidences, studies have given evidences of C3 vegetation in the region, which generally covers the cold, moist conditions which occurs in that particular condition. Then we have evidences of sediments, fossils, supporting the cold and moist condition. But currently, these regions are all very dry and very arid conditions. So this being the case, we just wanted to know whether there are signatures of this paleoclimatic conditions in the groundwaters, and how. And this was the first attempt with respect to the groundwater isotope studies. Apart from that, there had been studies with respect to what I have mentioned earlier, like the sediments and vegetation and all these things. But apart from Kuwait studies, we have groundwater paleoclimatic studies conducted in different parts of the world, like from Africa we have, North America, Asia, Australia, and Europe. So this paleoclimatic studies, there are several proxies to undergo to study these paleoclimates. One among them is these macrofossils, which you can see these assemblages like beetles, mollusks, and mid-larvae. They are all one of the indicators, and similarly tree rings, which are another important indicators. Speleotherm carbonates, where you have the paleo temperatures of the water cycle, and paleo soils, like which I have mentioned earlier, like alluvial fans, calcites, which were deposited in hypersaline springs. The studies have reflected the paleoclimatic conditions and the types of material which is deposited on the soil. That have also indicated the paleoclimatic conditions. And apart from these paleosoils, we have core studies, ice cores and sediment cores, which have indicated the climatic conditions which have prevailed in the region. And pollen studies of marine organisms, spores in the soil samples, apart from groundwaters, have also indicated the paleoclimatic conditions of different regions. So this is in this background. I would like just to give you a brief overview on the climatic conditions which are operating here in this part of the peninsula, where you can see that there are two predominant vapor sources, one coming from the southwestern direction, and that is the Indian Ocean monsoon vapor, and one from the north or the northeastern region. We call it as the Shamal winds. Northwestern region, we call it as Shamal winds, and that is mainly from the Mediterranean source. So these two are the main sources of moisture prevailing in this particular region of the peninsula. And this has been prevailing in previous paleoclimatic conditions also. We have evidences of this in our sediment records, ice cores, and sediment cores which were collected along the Gulf region. And coming to the ITCZ, where the intertropical convergence zone is the zone where we have the northeast trade winds meeting the southeast trade winds. It's almost near the equator. It's around like +5 to -5 around the equator degrees latitude. This is the present condition, but it varies according to the inclination of the earth and other tropospheric conditions, the shift of the Hadley cell, the expansion of the Hadley cell. The diagram, the picture which you can see that there is an adjustment of the Hadley cell on either sides because of the shift of the ITCZ zone. So this is the present condition, but there had been shifts of these ITCZ which were noted even up to the 40 degrees and 30 degrees north. So we will be discussing about this in the future part of the discussion. Now introducing you to the area. Now here, if you can see that Kuwait is located along the convergence between the European continent and that of the Arabian Peninsula. Where and the other side of the picture, if you can see the topographical view of the Kuwait, I have given there, and that you have two elevated portions. One is the Ahmadi Ridge, which is extending from the south eastern region to the north east, and there is another escarpment which is there along the northeast and south western region, and that is called the Jal Azur escarpment. And most of the aquifers, like the aquifers present in this particular part of the peninsula, is generally it's a shared aquifer. So we have a transboundary conditions here. So aquifers extend from the neighboring countries and to the Kuwait, and we have a transboundary conditions. And most of the aquifers in the MENA region, we call it as the Middle East African regions, where all the most of the aquifers of this region are being shared aquifers. I'll give a list of this if you can just go through these slides. Like if you can see that these are some of the aquifers which are considered as the shared aquifers, which we call it as the Nubian sandstone, Ruduma, Neogen aquifer system. We call it as the Dibdiba Kuwait group, and we have the Vidalay and Salman and NWSAS Western Aquifer Basin. All these basins are being shared by different countries, among which, if you can see that we have two aquifers which are being shared by Kuwait. One is the Neogen aquifer, and the other one is the Dammam formation, which is shared by Iraq, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, and Iraq, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. Where you can, on the other section, if you can see the cross section which I have given, to give a conceptualized view that there is a recharge taking place in the neighboring country, where in the Saudi Arabia, and then it moves underground along the aquifers nearby into the Kuwait, then moves into the bay. So that is the conceptualized diagram which were derived by the earlier researchers, that the recharge taking place somewhere in the north and the southwestern part of the country, and then it is moving towards the northeastern direction towards the bay. So this is in general about the movement of the groundwater with respect to the transboundary conditions. And now to give you an idea about the aquifer types which are present here, I will not go into each and every specific units of the aquifer. I have generally classified this into two basic types, where you can see that one on the top is the Kuwait group aquifer, and on the bottom I have given it as Dammam formation. I am going to discuss only about these two aquifers, and samples were collected only from these two aquifers. So wherein you can see that the Dammam formation is basically a limestone rich formation. We call it as the, and there's a separation of an unconformity of Chetty limestone between the Kuwait group and the Dammam formation. The Kuwait group is predominantly of sandy formations, and then you can see on the cross section on the right side of the picture the fence diagram which was derived. The bottom one, which is predominantly with the massive limestone or the karstic formations, it's the DFM, it's denoted there as the Dammam formation. And on the top you can see that Kuwait group aquifer KGA, it's indicated as KGA, and in between you have an unconformity of the Chetty layer. So this is the general overview of the geological cross section of the region. And basically we according to the spatial distribution of these aquifers and the slot available in the, or the screens available in the well, samples were collected to represent these two aquifers. So wherein the green dots indicate in the picture as the Kuwait group aquifer, which are designated with K, and those which are designated with D indicates the Dammam formation, which is the deeper aquifer, and K is the shallow aquifer, that is the Kuwait group aquifer. So to have a sum up of the geochemical parameters which were carried out in the present study is presented on the table here, and the maximum minimum average of these two aquifers of the chemical parameters on these two aquifers are presented here. We will be discussing more on the isotope part of it. I will not touch on the geochemical part of it, like on the major ion chemistry. We will be discussing about the ages and isotopic characters of the water to see how the paleoclimatic influence has taken place and how the ITCZ has the remnants of the shift of ITCZ is recorded in the groundwater. So out of this 58 samples, only 35 samples of the Kuwait group aquifers were analyzed for C14 ages, and for that of Dammam formations, only 27 samples were done, and only these samples will be discussed in the coming slides with respect to the climatic changes. And this is just a spatial distribution. I have not given it in the form of a Kriging model because we don't have a uniform distribution of samples, and it's scattered in the study area, and because we have the restriction of samples in the central part of the study area, we have the Dammam formations, and but Kuwait groups, they are more located throughout the study area, but still we have on the western part of the study area, we don't have much of samples. So I have not preferred for Kriging the entire region. So the color indicates that the samples are of different ages there. We could also see that the older groundwater samples are located in between the younger ones because they are structurally controlled. We have structural controls here, which I am not going in details about that, about the distribution of these samples, but we will be studying the characters of these samples now. Here, if you can see, the local meteoric waterline derived for different countries are listed here, and they are compared with the modified global meteoric waterline. And these are all the neighboring countries which to that of Kuwait, and we have Kuwait have also a meteoric waterline. If you can notice here, Kuwait has a meteoric waterline similar to that of a modified groundwater global meteoric waterline. And but if you can see, there is a drastic variation in slope in the eastern Mediterranean meteoric waterline derived by GAT. And there are also other places like Iraq, Lebanon, and North Oman. So they also have a drastic variation in the slope values of the meteoric waterlines. And coming to the distribution of this coming to the distribution of these samples with respect to age. So you can see that I have indicated the KGA with Kuwait group aquifers, wherein you can see the age is indicated here as 5,000, 5,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 15, and 15 to 20, and 20 to 25. So this is on a 5 years interval scale, wherein you can see that the red line indicates the northern North Oman meteoric waterline, and the one on the top is the eastern Mediterranean meteoric waterline, global meteoric waterline, and the Kuwait meteoric waterline. So you can see that most of the samples align with that of the global meteoric waterline, except for a few samples. If you can see that it is on the Dammam formation, it is from 10 to 15,000 years old samples. They fall along the eastern Mediterranean meteoric waterline, and they also have a parallelism with them. And if you can note the samples which are from 15 to 20 years, from 20,000 years of the Dammam formation, they also have a varied change in the isotopic characters, right from enriched isotope values to that of more depleted isotope values, which indicate that there has been a drastic variation in climate during this particular period. So that is also reflected in the Kuwait group of samples, where this particular period has a drastic variation in the isotopic compositions of the waters, which indicate the climate has been drastically changing from cooler to hot, and vice versa. So now coming to the when we compare these samples with respect to the so now when we compare these samples with respect to the global samples, where you can see that we have a cluster of samples from different part of the region of different periods, time periods I've given here. It's like from Holocene, Pleistocene, Paleogene, and modern groundwater samples. All these are the groundwater samples which are collected from different parts of the world, and the data is taken from these literatures to represent these particular time periods: Holocene, Pleistocene, and Paleogene, and modern water samples. So you can see the modern water samples are represented here, and the color scales indicates the different time periods where they were collected. And this is the regression line derived for the Holocene samples, and this is the regression line derived for the Pleistocene samples. And you can clearly note that the Kuwait group samples and the Dammam formation samples are represented on the top of all these samples. Means you have the enrichment which is higher, means the enriched isotope values are noted in the samples which are collected from Dammam formation and Kuwait group formations than the rest of the part of the world, though they represent the same period of time. So the isotopes are enriched in these in the same period of time in the samples than those samples which were collected in the same period of time. And you can see that there is these samples fall between the regression lines of Holocene and Pleistocene, somewhere around the because we had a fluctuation of climate during this particular period. So you can see that this Kuwait group is more enriched than that of the Dammam formations. You can see that dark cross which is indicating the Kuwait group formation, and the squares of the red color indicate the Dammam formation, which is slightly depleted than the Kuwait group formation, indicating that the Dammam formations are recharged slightly at a polar climate or with a lesser depleted source than that of the Kuwait group formations. So with this, we just now move into the characters of isotopes with respect to age. So now you can see that on the left hand side, we have the age of the samples highlighted here. It's from 35,000 years to the present has been on the x-axis. On the y-axis, we have the values of the isotopes, and the one below we can see the depleted values. On the one above, we have the enriched values. And I have marked the different time scales which are significant events here. Later at the final conclusion part, I will sum up the characters of the entire thing. So to just give you an idea about the periods representing, I have just marked it here. The last glacial maxima, it's around 20,000 to 18,000, which is here. And before going into that, if you can note that most of the samples which are studied for the Dammam formation represents less than 15,000 years, and most of the Kuwait group formations, Kuwait group samples are younger, means representing more towards the from 15,000 to recent. So there is a distribution in sampling pattern. There is a distribution in the values of the samples, which shows that the groundwaters of the Kuwait group are more recharged during the period from 15,000 years to the recent, and those of the Dammam formations are predominantly recharged before 15,000 years. So this is in general, but we have spikes here and there. But on an average, it can be considered like this. And now, if you can correlate with the type of the historic events, where you can see that the last glacial maxima, where the temperatures were lower, you can see that there is a depleted value. Then slightly, when there is an increase in temperature, you have the enriched isotopic values indicated here. And similarly, this enrichment continued, and in between you had a cooler and moist condition, and then that is the driest period. And later, at the end of the Pleistocene, you have the shift of the intertropical convergence zones, right from 8.5 thousand years to 6,000 years approx, where you had higher amount of rainfall, and this higher amount of rainfall has depleted the isotopic signatures. And when the rainfall stopped, and that is the decline of rainfall was around the end of the 6,000 years, around 5,000 years. So where the lakes, the water present in the lakes started, still had still enough water to recharge, and then slowly what happened was the water dried up, leading to aridity in the environmental conditions. Later, there was also, we later compared these values with respect to the Meghalayan stage, which was recently introduced, where we had two different stages from North Gripen and Greenlandian stage, where these two stages had initiated with respect to wet periods and then subsequently to the dry periods. So you have a wet period, dry period, and a wet period and a dry period. So you have an alternate periods of wet and dry, which was noted with respect to the isotopic signatures. And this is with compared to that of on the right side, if you can see the marine isotopic stages, which we represent somewhere on the first MIS first and the MIS 2, because this is 29,000 years to the present. So the MIS 2 stage is somewhat indicating the extensive glaciation period, means similar to the last glacial maxima, and the MIS 1, which is to the Holocene, this is the extensive interglacial period. So now when you compare to that of the DXS values, again similarly you can see that most of the samples are distributed around the 0 degree, around the 0 values, and the depleted DXS value indicating the enriched conditions are noted, wherein you can see that there is an enrichment here, and the enrichment started beyond 5,000 years. So it indicated the arid condition, and in the Dammam formation, you can see between 15,000 and the 20,000 years, you can see the negative values indicating the arid condition there. And prior to that, prior to the last glacial maxima, you can see that moist conditions with respect to the Dammam formation aquifer. So in between, you had extensive rain events, which are indicated by higher positive DXS values. So now when you compare to that of the present day conditions of DXS, so where the present day rainfall, if you can see that it's around 8 to somewhere around 10 to 12 DXS values, you have more negative DXS values reported, and even more towards 0, indicating the evaporative or enrichment which has taken place prior to recharge, which indicated the higher, means the more negative DXS values. And subsequently, now when we think about the shift of intertropical convergence zone, so where there was a report on North Africa that the intertropical convergence zone has shifted northwards to 1,000 kilometers from the present condition. So this, when you compare on a global scale, there is a tropospheric easterly jet which starts from China, then moves towards India, then Arabia, then goes to Africa, then comes back, return. So this is how you have a tropospheric easterly jet traveling from China to North Africa. So now this Asian monsoon, when you can see these ancient monsoon periods, this Holocene changes are earlier attributed by different reasons. By earlier researchers have attributed this to the change in the ITCZ, maybe due to astronomical forcing, like, or an inclination with respect to the change in the inclination with respect to the Earth's equatorial shift, or it may be due to the change in the sea surface temperature, which is mainly due to the heat transfer which is occurring along the equatorial atmospheric heat transfer which is occurring in this region, which has resulted in a shift of intertropical convergence zone. But looking into all these factors, this sea surface temperature could also be attributed to change in the submarine volcanic events which has taken place, though there are few literatures which relate the volcanic events to that of the tropical change in the tropical convergence zones. When we compare with that of the Global Volcanism Program Smithsonian database, we could see that about 1,426 volcanic events are reported in the Holocene period, just for a 10,000 years of span. But for a 2.6 billion years to 10,000 year of span, we have reports of 1,241 volcanic events, means a lesser volcanic event. So this the Holocene period is reported to have higher amount of volcanic events, larger volcanic events, and with higher explosive index, which fall nearly along the east and the southeastern part of China. So actually what happens is, during the volcanic events, when there is an explosion, the troposphere gets cooled and the stratosphere, base of the stratosphere gets heated up. So this effect persists for about 1 or 2 years, as per the literature states that even to the max of 3 years. So then there is a change in the variation in the albedo. So this change, and since there was more amount of higher explosivity index volcanic eruption noted in the southeastern part of China. This has affected the this has shifted the tropospheric easterly jet, and there is a change in the intertropical convergence zone from the equator. It has shifted northwards, and this was also favored by the volcanic events which were present in the northwestern part of the Saudi Arabia during the Holocene volcanic events. We had volcanic events which were reported.
Excuse me, Professor, we have only 1 minute.
Oh, yeah, I'll just rush through. So here, if you can see, I have just sum up all these time periods: the Heinrich time period, the Younger Dryas, Bowling and Elliott, lower glacial maxima. The color indicates the increase of temperature, and the red one indicates a dry period. The ITCZ zone is shown there. The northward shift from the equator is given there as ITCZ with marked with arrow yellow, around the 8,000 years. And the retreat is around 5,000 years. You can see that the arrow is marked down, and these indicate the cooler and warmer periods I've given here on the different time scales. Later, we try to calculate the region of recharge with the standard equations available with the Jessico modified equation on 2016, and we were able to identify that they were recharged in around the latitudes of 25.1 to 26, and they were spatially plotted here to indicate they were exactly not matching with the study area. We had to just try to shift to the outcrops which are available in the region, and we were finding that they were recharged on the marked regions for Holocene and Pleistocene with respect to the different aquifers. So this is the general climatic shift condition, where you can see that there was a shift from the south to the north during the 7.8 to 4.9 thousand years, and there was a shift southwards, but still there was a northwesterlies prevailing, and the increase of aridity was noted in the recent time periods. So to conclude,
excuse me, Professor, can you come to the conclusion directly?
I'm already there.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is to conclude. We were able to find that the regions where paleo recharge has taken place for different aquifers, and what happened during the paleoclimatic conditions, and what was the reason for shifting of the intertropical convergence zone during this particular period of study. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity given. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Because of the time limit, I think we have no time to ask questions. So yes. Thank you again for Professor. Okay, next we will come to Professor Francisco from Institute of Agriculture and Natural Resources, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, USA. His topic is resilient water infrastructure in a non-stationary world. Welcome, Professor Francisco.
Good morning. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me just amplify it. There you go. Fantastic. Thank you very much. I want to thank the University of Zululand, the Chang'an University, as well as the sponsors, the same University of Zululand, NRF, and NSFC. Thank you for the support of this event, and certainly on these times, while we might be struggling all with quarantines and with changes in our typical activities, certainly it has allowed us to probably extend our reach and sharing our conversations through the world because of this pandemic. We cannot see each other in person, but certainly we can share our thoughts through this communication devices and the technologies. As you can see in the first slide, this is the title of my presentation. This is where I come from and where I work. So the outline of the presentation, I will briefly touch base on the acceleration of the human enterprise definitions. I will present the thesis and the premises to what the Ogallala Platte River Basin socio-environmental system is. I will talk, the main driver of this conversation is about the socio-environmental collectives and how this can lead to better understand or to better work in a non-stationary world. This will include the conceptualization of collectives of conceptualizations, actions, events, as well as data for diagnosis and predictive resilience. And I will conclude with some other complexities if the time allows, and then the conclusions or the concluding remarks. When we do see the acceleration of the human enterprise, we certainly come to our mind the onset of the Industrial Revolution and how this has instigated a series of activities that lead to a deterioration, primarily a deterioration in our Earth living support system. Could be also linked to the urban population. We can also see that same sign in or evident in the increase in atmospheric CO2, the increase of our vulnerability to flood events or extreme hydrometeorological and climate events, changes in the biochemical cycles of the elements. We have stored more water, we use more water even. And we certainly become wealthier in some parts of the world in the cases are evident in our emerging economies in Asia, in America, or in Americas, Africa, and other parts of the world. We increase of fertilizer and water use, as I mentioned before, are basically used to increase productivity and feed more than what would be more than 9 billion people by 2050. So the definitions I want to use for this occasion, and the one that I will create, that we will kind of craft art in, which is the collective stationarity, which is a changing probability distribution of an event over time. Example, in the case of floods, as a result of local human activities, such as land use changes or reservoir operations, or the regional or climate change. We also have that because of those changes in stationarity, we might be able to see if our systems are resilient or transformed. That is the time required for a system to return to their equilibrium in a typical state, or how the system absorbs these disturbances. And if these disturbances are not absorbed by our system or our infrastructure, socio-environmental system or our infrastructure, then we might be transitioning into a new stable state. The case of the Platte River Basin and the Ogallala Aquifer is the one that I would like to touch base today. And the main purpose or the main reason is because it involves a series of complex infrastructures all together. Talking about water, food, energy, ecosystem services. We talk about within the water continuum from the atmospheric down to the aquifer, a series of events which we are in a very unstable area where we hardly can forecast and predict what would be the future over short lead times as well as long lead times, about what would be the sustainability, the security, and certainly the ability of the systems to become resilient in an area that is dominated, that is controlled by, as well, by the availability of water in the surface, in the case of the Platte River Basin, and in the subsurface in the case of the Ogallala Aquifer. And we're going to focus in this area, which is the state of Nebraska. So the thesis is that the socio-environmental variables and processes that integrate the complexities are able to capture the systems and infrastructure responses to change. Let's see if we can answer the question, can we use this to plan and discover in a non-stationary world? Looking into our infrastructure, again, let's focus on water resources for a moment, and then we will see if we can expand this to other infrastructures or can be used as for other infrastructures. So the first premise, that data-driven models and climate analytics can reproduce the non-stationarity of complex socio-environmental systems. And this has been published in the Journal of Hydrology by Alessandro Amaranto, and in the Journal of Climate Change by Manoj Khan. And the second premise is the collective responses, collective responses and processes are captured by event surveys, measurements, and analysis of socio-environmental variables and processes. And this is something, our current work that is has been submitted to the Journal of Hydrology and the Stoughton. And so these are the premises. So then in the next part, I would like to talk about this, my apologies, socio-environmental collectives and the conceptualizations, actions, and events. Let's start with events. On the right, we could see the increasing yield of mainly corn and soybean, which are the main products of Nebraska and another 2 states here. What you observe here are three key things. One, that the production is increasing. This is nothing new. It's also seen in different parts of the world and with other crops. And what we observe is a constant increment. So this is due mainly to genetics, our ability to better understand the complexities of the soils, and as well the increase in technologies, such as in irrigation, in addition to the one that I listed at the beginning, genetics. The difference in, for example, this part, the lower portion, which is Nebraska, rain-fed agriculture, and then the upper red, which is Nebraska's irrigated agriculture, is basically the role that technology such as irrigation poses and increases the productivity of these different crops. The other part that I want to emphasize in this particular case is the role that floods and droughts play in basically dropping the productivity in all the states, except those that have the ability to overcome those changes, which is our ability to have a groundwater that becomes a geophysical, socio-environmental, in general, socio-environmental subsidy of the intra-seasonal, interannual deficit of water, mainly the drought. But in the case of floods, there is no cure. So there is no way that we can overcome the tremendous impacts of floods over on the crop productivity. The compound events then, if we look into 2019, early in the year, and basically starting at the end of the 2018, in November, we have a tremendous snow event, basically driven by multi-scale climate events, in particular one large-scale one that bring an anomaly of precipitation of snow on the ground. This might not be that difficult to bring and operate infrastructure, water storage, as well as redistribution and flood control. But because following that event in January, in March, then we came an anomalously high temperature precipitation, which was within the normal precipitation events. This combination or collective action of events brought the tremendous flooding events that they basically have reached the order of billions of dollars in losses in the region. So take home message, we need to look into the events, not just as an individual. We need to shift our policies, our operational rules to integrate compound events and identify how we can redesign or reconstruct our infrastructure. Here is another representation, not just of how vulnerable was the planting season, because this event occurred early in the year, before the planting season. Still, their effects, and their understanding. And predictability is important for the best selection of seed, the best selection of lands, and basically they increase the productivity and identify what would be the associated markets in the future or for that particular year. So those are all the implications of having an individual versus a collective selection of events, and certainly would lead us to think if this is resilient or not resilient, right? If this occur within the norms or is another evidence of the shifts in climatic and hydrometeorological, represented by different hydrometeorological conditions. The second part of the collective brings the different components. It now reflects drought, as I mentioned before. Drought has an interesting representation, or is an interesting complex process that integrates the meteorological, hydrological, agricultural, and socioeconomic components or evidences of how drought evolves or evolves and at some point breaks. But certainly it has a different print in how it affects the productivity, as I mentioned before. In this particular case, this is the evidence of the 2012 flash drought, a drought that was not expected in the season. So we practically have our growing season starting in May and going all the way to September, October. But this drought was not in place in March. April started to see some changes, and all of a sudden we have a drought just at the beginning of the growing season. And that is what it was so impactful, reaching the $13 billion in losses. So what we do have then, moving into the collective of conceptualizations, is that we have all this scenario, an area around the 150,000 square kilometers, where the maximum depletion is about 37 meters in the case of the aquifer. The maximum recovery is 27, and the monitoring wells are just 68. But those 68 are basically our long-term data sets that we have available in the region. And by 68 are long-term, continuous, and homogeneous data sets which span over 30 years of data. But we have about 95, almost 100,000 wells distributed over Nebraska, just over Nebraska, in the upper portion of the Ogallala aquifer. But the complexity of those data is that they are not continuous, they are heterogeneous, and that we need to figure it out something how we can collect those data. And that would be probably the subject of another talk in another time. But for now, our collective conceptualization of sustainability of irrigation in a region goes through a process of looking into how the people, decision and policy makers, as well as the stakeholders or users, see the ability of our systems, geophysical, geopolitical, and economic systems are able to overcome the effects of extreme events such as floods and droughts, and basically impact the sustainability of this practice, irrigation. So we look into this, into this conceptualization, trying to collect the information from these individuals, and through a survey processes, we come up with this conceptual framework, which coincide with what literature has published and what literature independently has identified as key elements and drivers of sustainability of groundwater, surface water interactions, as well as irrigation in the region. So the collective conceptualization coming from the opinion of the stakeholders, policy and decision makers, account and reach to similar answers as the data does. And those are published in the literature as well. The other collective I want to talk is the collective of actions. And this is basically resides in the theory of the collective action dilemma, where the tendency for an individual user to exploit natural resources and contribute to a tragedy of commons, which is a typical case for groundwater, in places where we use groundwater to satisfy crop irrigation requirements or to satisfy water requirements by urban needs, or both of them. So we have instances that basically overdraft their own wells, affecting to the general common of the aquifer, and we want to see if we can capture those responses when policies take place, not just in regulating the withdrawals of water in a very controlled policy-wise system, and if that control might be predictive, and if that control contributes to the collective and improves water use in the state. And this is basically run in the state of Nebraska, that basically water resources are managed by the Department of Natural Resources, that oversee the distribution of surface water and connect with the natural resources districts, which are discretized here and are hydrologically defined. And those are the ones that manage the subsurface water resources to basically supply the agricultural activities or the evapotranspirative needs of the crops. So both of them work together, come up with a conjunctive use of surface water and groundwater, and define what would be the water uses for the year. So can this collectively be captured by the data? We were encouraged by these results that where we observed the normalized recharge at the top and then the groundwater depth. We do see three different scenarios with no policies in place, and we see a constant depletion of the aquifer, as well in the panel A as well as the C. In the panel B and the C, the panel A, we see a recovery, which is the implementation of regulatory measures, of regulatory policies about the withdrawals of surface water. So then when this instance, this natural resource district, what I call the NRD1, did not withdraw water from the streams, then the aquifer was able to recover. The issue comes when we have again a depletion of the stream flow, which happens because of the 2012 drought event that I mentioned earlier. So what we want to see is if we transition to this collective action dilemma into our ability to collectively predict the resilience and the ability of the aquifers to recover. We believe that these collectives are embedded in the data and can be captured by an artificial network operated or run basically by different inputs that include the complete, or by inputs that basically capture the complexities of, for example, the climate system through precipitation. As we know, as an stochastic variable, we do see that the stream flows an integrative variable of the health or the actions occur upstream of a particular point, evapotranspiration or crop irrigation requirements as integrations and simplifications of what complexity of water management by farmers, and at the same time, the phenotypical responses of the plants or crops to the influences of the environment, and the changes in groundwater well levels, which is the key outcome, which indicates for us how water is managed, withdrawn, and certainly required or used to satisfy those crop irrigation requirements seen by the evapotranspirative or collected by the evapotranspirative needs. We want to see
Professor?
all, yes?
Yeah, 2 minutes left.
That's okay. As far as I know, it's 7:24 and I have up to 7:30. So please don't cut my presentation. Thank you. And so we have we have trained a model, and we have seen that this model, it has the different inputs that I listed, and we look into the ability to predict on a subseasonal scale right? What are those changes in groundwater well levels? So what we did see is that at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months lead time, we observed these different changes, as you could see in these time series events, and it's able to capture the changes in a very good way, except certainly when we have the impact of drought events, which is when we have less memory in our system, when we have less water in our state variable, and that is probably what we need to identify, how we can overcome that challenge and improve this. So lead times and Nash-Sutcliffe indices are positive and are mainly good around the areas where we have these strong surface groundwater interactions. There are different sources of uncertainty, and Alessandro put together this nice paper in the Journal of Hydrology last year, where we identified the main drivers of the uncertainty and how they were propagated into the predictions of the resilience or the ability of recover of the different aquifers. And we observed that we were able to capture for these different lead times, the ability of the aquifers to recover. And this is a work that is in the process of being published in hydrology. Then I'm gonna move to other complex and leading to the end so I can leave some time for questions. This is our time. This is the COVID-19 and how COVID-19 is affecting the environment and how the environment, because of the lockdowns, have reacted to COVID-19. So we have places where there was enhancement of the functionality of the places that at the same time, like looking into the different and the other side of the coin, show a loss on functionality. So we observed initially, where we tracked the effect of the lockdowns and the impacts of nitrogen oxides in over India. And on the right, we observe basically the indices of air quality and the air in different portions of the country, where we see an increase in the water in the air quality and a decrease in the functionality of the different activities. So is this system resilient? Is it transformed? I think we were expecting probably to get a little bit of more impact of the lockdowns on the climate, so we would be able to see a mitigation plan. And this was published in a book that is about to be released in the following 1 or 2 months, scenarios of environmental resilience and transformation in times of climate change, led by Dr. A.L. Ramanathan. And I'm gonna set my concluding remarks here and expect some time for questions if the audience wants. This is a collective rather than individual events are becoming the norm and the challenge to the redesign infrastructure. The collective of opinions led to components of sustainability of irrigation as the collective view of the stakeholders, policy and decision makers stated. Forecasting performance reached Nash-Sutcliffes of 0.7 to 0.7 in a 5-month lead time, which is tremendously encouraging. And the recharge, evapotranspiration, and stream flow were key drivers of groundwater changes. The other conclusions, I'm going to lead to the final one, that the proposed framework can lead to an encouragement of policymakers and the implementation of a wider integrated water management of infrastructure, procuring theories, practice of the collective. I'm going to thank Alessandro Amaranto, now at Politecnico di Milano, Luciano Alvarez de Oliveira at the University of Illinois, Parisa, Sarzaim and Wenki, all who are currently PhD students at UNL in different departments. And if there is more interest on what we are putting together, please feel free to reach out to me or look at the following links. Thank you for the chairman. I'm ready for questions. I think I still have at least 1 minute.
Thank you, Professor. Is there any question? Okay, it seems no question here. So we come to the next presentation. Thank you, Francisco. Thank you again.
No question from you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker is Jim Lamro. He is the chairman of the board of Paleo Environmental, and he is also the editor-in-chief for several international journals. His topic today is sustainable water resources in historical cost. Welcome, Jim.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, good. All right.
Cecilia? So I will hand over my chairmanship to you.
Of course.
Okay.
That will be my pleasure. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning from Alabama and good afternoon in South Africa. I think probably the Australians do it best, though. They just say good day. So wherever you are in the world right now, it's a pleasure to be with you. And I'd like to thank Professor Vetri and Professor Lee for asking me to participate in this. And I actually have my tie on that has South Africa on it. So even though I'm not there, I am here in spirit and virtually as well. So I'm going to be talking about sustainable water resources with case studies in historic karst areas in Egypt and Syria. Can you see that?
No.
No? Here we go. Now can you see it?
No.
There.
Okay. Okay.
All right. You should be able to see it right.
Yeah.
You see it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, no, it's okay.
Good. All right. So anyway, we're going to be talking about sustainable water resources with case studies in Egypt and Syria. And to begin with, Dr. Philip Lamro, who founded our company, P.E. Lamro and Associates, worked in South Africa and Pretoria with the gold mines to help them with water problems many years ago. And subsequently, in 2019, I was in Johannesburg with the South African Development Community, and we actually had there was a conference and on groundwater management, and we'll be, as Professor Lee said, we'll be publishing a special issue from that conference on groundwater management, and so you'll be able to see those presentations in the near future. In fact, some of them are already online at springer.com. So, as I said, we'll be talking about sustainable water resources management. And as we all know, hydrogeology plays a major role in all aspects of environmental planning, execution, and implementation. Without a safe, sustainable water supply, life cannot exist, and hopes for prosperity are limited. And much of the future world demands will be made up of the groundwater component. The United Nations has identified water resources as a top priority, particularly with their sustainable development goals now. Number 6 of which is the one that applies particularly to groundwater. Attention is particularly drawn to freshwater stress, which relates water withdrawal to the percentage of water available. Based on the current rate of usage, the United Nations is not optimistic about the global water outlook, and that's one of the reasons for the sustainable development goals that they've developed. Here we see the projections for freshwater stress through 2025. Hopefully we'll be past the virus by then and be even better able to address this issue. And to address this issue, the world needs to embrace sustainable water development, or SWD, which is the development of water in a manner in which an adequate supply of good quality water is sustained and the watercourse ecosystem is maintained for the uses of future generations. Water quantity and water quality are inextricably linked. Therefore, there needs to be rapid movements towards sustainable water development in developed and developing countries. It includes 5 specific elements: the right to use water, the protection of water resources and prevention of water degradation, the maintenance of water flow, an ecosystem-related approach, and the procedural elements to achieve sustainable development. The right to use water involves comprehensive permitting with continuing review, strategic counseling, crisis management, creative dispute resolution, and enhanced relations with stakeholder and community groups. Protection of water resources and prevention of water degradation includes addressing non-point sources of pollution on a national, regional, and local basis, local land use controls, integration of water and land management, and regulation of interbasin transfers. Maintenance of water flow involves stream flows and environmental flows and may require appropriate controls. An ecosystem-related approach should not be limited only to watercourse mainstream or tributaries, but it should also incorporate terrestrial and marine environments interacting with it. It should promote health of the entire ecosystem and utilize water management authorities. To move towards sustainable water development, freshwater needs to be managed in a holistic manner, or in other words, an ecosystem approach. And this is such when it's done on a catchment or drainage basin and includes both land and water resources, since land use, as we know, can have significant impacts on freshwater and related ecosystems and continues to have a significant impact every day. Thus, water legislation is needed that should provide for a holistic ecosystem approach to the management of water. We're going to talk about 2 projects that our company, P. Lamro Associates, has worked on over the years. One is in the Kharga Oasis in the western deserts of Egypt, as one of the largest groundwater supply development projects in the world. And the other is in Damascus, Syria on Fiji Spring, which is the 3rd largest spring in the world. And we'll use these to illustrate these critical problems. The Kharga Oasis in Egypt has one of the longest continuous records of human use of groundwater in the world. And the present landscape has evolved over several million years of erosion, structure, and deformation of beds. Its geographic position and changes in climate over the past thousands of years have resulted in conditions favorable for inhabitation by man. Here we see a picture of where the Kharga Oasis is. It's a topographic depression in the western desert of Egypt, which is oriented north and south parallel to the Nile Valley. The climate is arid, rainfall is sporadic, and temperatures are hot during the summer months. The mean annual rainfall is less than 1 millimeter. You may have seen in the news this past week, though, where they had snow in the Sahara Desert. So that's a rare event. Groundwater reserves have been studied for long-term socio-economic development, and the Nubian sandstone forms a complex aquifer system and has been providing water to artesian wells and springs for several thousand years. Pardon me just a second. It consists of a thick sequence of coarse clastic sediments of sandstone, sandy clay interbedded with shale, chalk, and clay beds. Here you can see the wells flow about 3,000 gallons per minute with water temperatures of about 98 degrees Fahrenheit and a slightly salty taste. Here you can see the boys playing in the water from the well, and of course it's very, very warm. And yet our associate there in the side, Colonel Hussein Idris, has his trench coat on, so it's cold outside. Nearly all the wells flowed originally, and exploitation of groundwater from deeper and deeper wells for irrigation began about 1959. As you might expect, though, natural flows declined as more and more closely spaced deep wells were drilled. By 1975, many wells had ceased to flow, and the annual withdrawal of 1.7 billion cubic meters of water was withdrawn from the years 1960 to 1990. Sustainability of water resources was related to the history of karst hydrogeology through the inhabitation of cargo oases, and the existence of good soils in these low areas allow desert cultures to expand around them. And one of the reasons for the development of the water supply in the Western Desert was so many people had moved into the cities that the government wanted to have them move back to the oases. And so that was one of the purposes of developing this area. And when you go there, the soils are very productive, and it's amazing to come out of the desert and see these huge wells and the productive fields in regards to them. Interestingly, evidence indicates that prehistoric man and subsequently the Romans used springs and cargo oases for water supplies. And during pharaonic times, the oases were of little interest to the Egyptian administrations until the very late dynastic period. Caravan routes crossed the area from Sudan to Libya, and stone temples, fortresses, and brick strongholds were built and remain today as evidence of occupation by Persia, Greco-Roman, Roman, Coptic, and subsequently Arab peoples. The inhabitants of Karga continue to use these ancient springs and wells, which are supplemented at present by groundwater from the deep artesian wells penetrating the deeper Nubian sandstone. The challenge today is to manage the water resources in the area to allow continued development without the ups and downs of previous eras. And there are large reserves of groundwater that remain in the Western Desert of Egypt, and these reserves can be developed effectively for the future, but they must be developed cautiously. Today, water continues to flow at a reduced rate, and as you might imagine, the croplands have a thin layer of salt, which diminishes the productivity of the land. The Nubian, being a complex geology,